just YouTube apart from TikTok. Maybe we'll find a way to get Twitter on as well. But it's good to be here. Thank you everybody for being here. Let's just confirm that we're good on Facebook and on YouTube as well. Sure, credit. Thank you, Ogbeni Agbe. I think it's Agbe, Abi. Thank you. Thank you for liking the live. So apparently, there's something I just discovered right now that you can actually repost a live on your page. I did not know that. I thought you had to send it to someone on TikTok. So apparently things are changing. So in case you were like me, that's new information. I'm sure some other people know it, it's just that I did not. Alright, so if you're on YouTube, please share the live. If you're on TikTok as well. Alright, glad to be here. Good afternoon everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Shedadalaji, Ajirebi, Ogbolenko, Yawata Amonko, Atoko. Alright, quick one before we get into the conversation at all. Please, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside Busui Oris here. So click on the heart icon beside Busui Oris up here, and if you're a member of the team, drop a gift. If you're not a member, please join the team. These things apparently help the app, the algorithm, to get us on the FYP. Also if you're on YouTube, please please like the live and share as well. Okay, all right. Ikokotomi ajata idire agbono. All right, where were we? All right, so let's do the regular stuff. Let's just share on different platforms. Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Jalili. Thank you for liking the live. Thanks everyone. We're on 13.1K on TikTok, so that's the number of likes we have, and that's appreciated. But please don't stop. Okay. All right. Oh wow. One second, I'm just trying to share on different platforms. Youth of the nation. Ẹkáàsán Toxi. But please, if you're on TikTok, let's get this live out of the amber. We have an amber alert essentially. So let's get this thing out of this space. Let's make it green. Make it green. Make it green. What has the Igbo done for today? You have to go and ask them. I'm not Igbo. Go and ask the Igbo what they have done. But also fún àwọn alákọ̀ọ́rí ńgbà yẹn náà pé nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe yóò máa lẹ́yìn o. Àwọn abetí lápá. Ẹ gbọ́. Now you're asking me what has Igbo done. What's my business? Go and ask your elders. Okay, I think it's good. If you have any problem with the text or comments and all, please let me know. I have a shirt here. Probably just let me see what it's going to look like first. I don't think we're going to need it though, but just in case, let's try it first. In case if we ever need it, we'll put it there. But we've not done anything. Let's finish them off our lands. But we've not done anything. Let's finish them off our lands. I mean, I don't finish people on my own on Yoruba land. That's not my own message. My message is not to finish people off. That's not my message. You know, some people will come around and say these things. Most of you don't have your names and you don't have your pictures, so you can afford to say whatever. Apart from the fact that I have my name and my picture up here, I also have a life outside social media, and what I do here connects directly with my real life. So these your extremist views, please. They are not really meant for this place. Hey Joe. Right? Please don't, all those extremist views, please. Let's not. There's a thin line and you have to be very, 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 very careful not to cross it. Right? Let's not go in the direction we're not supposed to go. Think about what we did doing for Oma Hoaradegun. Just becoming. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, everybody. I'm trying to say things. I'm just seeing your message, Joe. Wow. So, let me say good afternoon, since I'm just seeing your message. All right, let's get into one love. Good evening from here. Good evening. You did do partial. I greet you, Joe. Reply now. Just become you. They greet. Ola, look at. Are you jealous? Thou shalt not be jealous. Empress one day. Good afternoon. Don't be jealous, eh? Now this now I've greeted you. Sure, we're good. All right, some interesting things happened in the last 24 hours. Today we're going to be going into the business adventures of Papa, but it's going to be very brief, and then we'll get into how he went to the UK and eventually his political adventures. We'll also get into that today, and then we'll continue tomorrow. So this week we are having 3 sessions: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Next week, I'll let you know how many sessions we're going to have. So it'll be between 3 and 4. But I'm glad we're here and we're going to have a fantastic time today. But before we get into the conversation or the topic of today, first we're going to discuss the news making the rounds in the last 24 hours or 48 hours. And then when we're done with that, we'll bring people up so you can be part of the conversation, and then we'll get into the topic of today itself. All right. Please, if you're wherever you are, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. By the way, we're trying Twitch out. We're trying to see what it's going to look like. Oga, talk about what his brother is doing in Nigeria. Nigeria is becoming a lawless country under your... No, Nigeria is not a lawless country. Your part of Nigeria is already a lawless country. And you did not need Tinubu to get it done. All you needed was yourselves and the kind of mindset you have. So yes, it's true that your part of the country is lawless. I mean, that's why people are running away from your place. When you guys have these complaints, always remember that you have yourselves to blame. And always remember that you're not talking about the entire nation, you're talking about your own part of the country. And it's a shame. Like, I wish that wasn't the case, but yeah, sorry. And I was saying something in passing yesterday that I watched an interview a while back where one of your celebrities was complaining about the fact that there are so many police checkpoints in the southeast, and the person was comparing, just like, I mean, you can't do without comparing it with the southwest. Like when he was going to the southwest, there weren't as many police checkpoints, and so the person was, just complaining and all of that. What somehow what the man forgot, or maybe he was intentionally moving his eyes away from that, is the fact that when you have insecurity in a particular place, you need more security, or security forces, if I can use that, phrase. And so even when we're trying to help you, you still cry. So maybe you should fix it yourself. So, by the way, if you have any other topic that you would rather discuss, please feel free to. You have a phone, apparently, so put on the camera, and yap about it. Don't come here telling me what to talk about. And this is me being kind to you. The next nonsense you write, you're out. God bless you. All right. So we're going to start with the good news we ended the session with yesterday. That's the video of the president conferring national honors on all players of the Super Falcons and also the technical team, and also giving them, 3-bedroom flats each and a cash prize of $100,000 each. So I'm going to play that, and then we'll move on to other things as we go on. Take a listen to this. No, not good. Why not one? Sorry. Looks like this one is... You've been starved of love. I'm not your parent, eh? God bless you.
Spirit. Nothing else could have, represented this crucial time, crucial victory. On behalf of the grateful nation, I hereby conferred on the players the 11-man technical team with national honor of officer. Additionally, I hereby direct the allocation of 3-bedroom apartments for each of the players medical crew in our Renew Hope Estate. In addition, there is a cash award of the Naira equivalent of $100,000 each. To the 24 players. And the equivalent of 50,000 to the 11-man technical team. Once again, I congratulate you. And I will continue to pray for you. With this, Nigerian spirit is unyielding and will never die. God bless you. The Nigerian spirit. Nothing else, represents the Nigerian spirit. Nothing else could have, represented this crucial time, crucial victory. On behalf of the grateful nation, I hereby conferred on the players him with
Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our father, a great father to the nation, and our mother, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. This is the first time a president who hosts the Super Falcons of Nigeria to a presidential reception in the 10 times that we have won the Africa Women's Championship, now known as Women's Africa Cup of Nations. The first time a president will host the Super Falcons in the 10 times they have won this tournament. Thank you, Mr. President. We are very grateful to this
national honor.
Good evening, everyone. Your Excellency, good evening, sir. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished members of the government, Honorable Minister of Sports, esteemed officials, and proud Nigerians. Today, I stand before you not just as a captain of the Super Falcons, but as a proud daughter of Nigeria, carrying the dreams, resilience, and spirit of our great nation. On behalf of my teammates, coaches, and technical staffs, I express our heartfelt gratitude for this warm reception and for the unwavering belief you have shown in us. To the Presidency, the Ministry of Sports, the Nigerian Football Federation, and every Nigerian who has cheered us on from home and abroad, thank you for being our strength, our inspiration, and our home. We could not have done this without every one of you. This win is for all of us. Your Excellency, our journey to this moment has been one of great determination and courage. We have faced the best teams in the world and had our own on the global stage. At the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, we stood toe-to-toe with giants, even defeating a formidable Australia in their home stadium. That was a moment that echoed the strength and tenacity of Nigerians across the globe. These achievements are not ours alone. They belong to every Nigerian who dares to believe that we can compete with the best and emerge victorious. We are deeply honored to bring home the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations title, our 10th WAFCON triumph, titled Mission X. This victory is not just a trophy. It's a testament to the unyielding spirit of Nigeria. It's a celebration of every young girl in our villages, towns, and cities who dares to dream. Every family that believes in the power of unity, a Nigerian who carries our green and white flag with pride. This 10th title is for you, Mr. President. It is for Nigerians, it is for Super Falcons, and it is for every young child who believes and dreams to be on this stage someday. But Your Excellency, we are not content to rest on our laurels. Our vision is bold. We want to become the best women's football team in the world. We dreamed of standing at the top of the global stage, not just as competitors, but as champions. But to achieve this, we humbly seek the continued and enhanced support of the Nigerian Football Federation, Sport Ministry, and the federal government. With your partnership, we can have world-class training facilities, and we'll be able to prepare in the best way possible and create a pathway for the next generation of Super Falcons to soar even higher. Together, we can show the world that Nigeria is not just a participant in global football, but a leader. As the Sport Commissioner rightly said, he said football is one of those things that unites, is a unifier of Nigerians. It brings the nation joy. It brings oneness across religion, class, and tribes in Nigeria. We want to keep making the nation happy and bringing more joy to Nigerians around the world. To Nigerians across the world, we call on you to join us in this journey. Your cheers, your prayers, and your belief fuel our fire. Let us change the narrative together. Let us inspire a mindset that sees no limit, that dares to dream big, and that unites in pursuit of excellence. We sincerely appreciate all that is currently being done, but we are asking for more because we know the boundless potential of this team and our nation. And together, with the right support and with the right condition, we can have the same playing field as our competitors. Your Excellency, the Presidency, the Ministry of Sports, and the NFF have been pillars of strength for us. Your administration's commitments to sports development has laid a foundation we are proud to build upon for many more years to come. To every Nigerian.
All right. She has a lot to say, but that was quite good, and we congratulate the ladies. Okay, moving on. The federal government has launched the TISSF loan scheme to support tertiary institution staff with up to 10 million naira. We talked about that yesterday, but just in case you were not here, we may want to maybe just to recap. So folks working in the universities, whether as academic staff or non-academic staff, will now have access to loans, of course, depending, of course, on their salary scale and things like that. So I talked about that yesterday. We also, I'm repeating this because it's quite laudable. Well, yeah, we also talked about the venture capital grant that the federal government is starting for students in the universities, 300 level and above. So kids in sciences, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medical sciences, students will be able to access up to 50 million naira in startup funding. And I believe that's actually very, very, very good. Something else from the Minister of Education, they're launching something called TVET, Nigeria's Technical and Vocational Education and Training Initiative. And they flagged it off at a national ceremony in Abuja. TVET is a gateway to securing your future and shaping Nigeria's future. Registration is open, so if you know kids who would rather work with their hands and that's what makes them tick, you should research that and probably also get information across to them and their parents. So yeah, they just launched the TVET initiative to empower Nigerian youth with industry-relevant skills. There's something else I saw earlier today. I'll see if I can quickly find it. They're doing something with the diaspora now in the Nigerian education sector. 1 second, I'm going to play you the video. Or in this case, the audio. Okay, found it. So again, this is Dr. Awolowo speaking on the diaspora bridge. By the way, if you're abroad, this may also be your own way of contributing to national development. Let me play this in your hearing. Take a listen, please.
A defining moment for our country. Nigeria can no longer afford to watch its finest minds excel while our institutions struggle at home. Bridge is a powerful response to that challenge. It is a call to action, a national handshake across oceans. To our diaspora professionals, Bridge is your homecoming, not just in geography, but in purpose.
So somebody made a video about Bridge to explain it. This is Dikbo, so popular on Twitter. I'm just going to play something that he said about this initiative. Take a listen. Oh boy. No, don't take a listen yet, Tobombo. I thought I saw the video earlier. 1 second. Essentially, the idea is that those who live abroad, who have, especially those in the academia, who have experience in that field, can contribute by teaching, even if it's a module or for a session or a semester. They're able to share their knowledge with youngsters in Nigeria's universities. So take a listen to Dikbo explaining this in about a minute and a half or so.
Hi guys. My name is Dr. Dikbo Awuchide, Senior Management Consultant here in the UK. I've just been following the Diaspora Bridge program created by the Ministry of Education in Nigeria, and I must say it's a very good one. So for people like me, former academics, I spent, over a decade in academia teaching strategic management, international business, innovation and enterprise, before actually switching into management consulting. It's an opportunity for us to actually connect, with Nigerian universities and research institutes. So I could get the opportunity to now teach at Unilag, at OAU, at LASU, Osun State University, University of Abuja, ABU Zaria, and so on and so forth. Even if it's teaching a module, for one academic year. As someone who has also supervised, 2 PhD students, and been an internal examiner for a PhD graduate, this is an opportunity for me to also contribute, to research in Nigeria. I commend the Minister of Education, I commend the Ministry of Education, and of course the Diaspora Commission. This is a very, very good program. Thank you for connecting Nigerian academics and professionals in the diaspora back to our motherland. Have a great day, everybody.
All right. So that's, I believe, is a fantastic initiative, and I just advise that if you are interested, please search for more information, get more details, and get involved. And it's a lot better than just crying all over social media, complaining and saying Nigeria is going to the whatever. It's actually going towards the sky. Things are working. And if they're not working, then be part of those who will make it work. And of course, the person who is spearheading this is Dr. Awolowo, who himself is the Minister of Education. Nels TV, where Senator Ali Modri Sharif spoke about the chances of the president winning the next election. That's the one in 2027. So please take a listen to this.
I can tell you for free, the only thing that will stop President Tinubu from winning election in 2027 are only two factors. One, if there's no election in Nigeria. Two, if he decides not to run. Otherwise, politically, I look at reality. I don't go to Jamboree. You see, politics, you have to study politics. Politics is a different ball game. You are expert in your media. You can ask the whole question you like in the world. But when it comes to politics, I can teach you. Because
you're a master in the game.
Because I have practice. I've been practicing it. I have won election. I've been elected to the Senate, for your information, 3 times. I've been a governor twice. I have made people to win election. I mentor people. Therefore, when I'm talking to you politics, Sean, I'm talking to you purely what is on the ground. And let me tell you something, Sean, what you don't know. I travel across Nigeria by road. I have plane. But I choose to drive by road to see the reactions of the common man, what is happening.
Are you seeing what the people are
Whatever
saying?
we see,
the pains of the Nigerian people. I'm happy that you travel by road.
Yes, wherever.
But do you see the pains of Nigeria?
Wherever there's a problem, where there is problem, we try to advise and tell the president. But that's not for television.
Are you able to? Have you spoken to the president on your last travel on the road and see the faces, the fallen faces, the pains of some of the Nigerian people, some who cannot feed? Some who have lost their jobs.
These are not created by President Tinubu.
All right. So there were other things that Alimadu Sheriff mentioned in that interview. So I'll play a few more clips, 2 more. One about his relationship with Senator Kashim Shettima, and also what he said about how Peter Obi won the election the last time. Monsieur recent Indigenous Bill, we've been talking about it. There are videos about it. There are many things to talk about. So please take a listen to this.
The president on his own picked Senator Kashim Shettima. Yes, you are right. I brought up Senator Kashim Shettima into politics. He was a banker before. He was working in a bank. I spoke to his boss then, Jimobia and Awafele, that I'm going to take him as my commissioner. And I did. And I made him to commissioner of local government, commissioner of finance, commissioner of agriculture. And when opportunity arises as a result of the Boko Haram killing our candidate of gubernatorial candidate at that period when I was living, I felt among those that were left his better material. So he did not even do primary with anybody like other politicians. So I picked him, and by the special grace of God, he became a governor. He was never a politician. I did it. So Allah used me to make him a governor.
And today he's a vice president.
Today he's a vice president. Thanks to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So he's a lucky person. I made him...
You're a kingmaker.
I made him a governor. President also picked him and made him a vice president.
Do you regret doing that?
No, I don't have any regret. You see, I've shown... In my political career, I never regretted doing anything. Because in politics, if you expected a payback because you made somebody a commissioner or minister or senator or member, then you are giving yourself a high blood pressure because do it for God and leave the rest. So I have no regret.
Mm. Is he impressing you? Are you impressed with what he's going as a governor, now as a vice president?
Well, Sean, I really don't want to comment on that because It is the president who is supposed to assist him, not me. He is the vice president to the president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Well, so, as the VP's political godfather, you should be able to say what your political godson is doing, whether he's doing well or not. You should be able to.
This is left for the president, because the president did not consult anybody when he met him.
So you were not aware?
His Excellency the Vice President told me the day His Excellency the President called him to tell him that he was going to be a Vice President. I remember, I think it was a burial of one of our friend and associate, Umar Karecho. We were in the burial ground. He told me, sir, I'm going to leave for Abuja. His Excellency the President has offered him the ticket to be his running mate. So I said, congratulations. And
responsible.
All right, one more, the one I spoke about, and I'm going to respond to what Abe said in the comment section. I'll respond to it. Just to take a listen to what he said about how Peter Obi won in Lagos and what Igbo people did. Some of those things he's going to say not right. We'll correct those things, but it's important to actually know what's happening, at least what people are saying. Take a listen to this.
Go by that, yes. You will discover that Peter Obi does not control any state. When he ran on the platform of
the problem of the Peter Obi, his tribe, the Igbos, voted for him. And they'll always do that.
Lagos voted for him.
Well, Lagos,
he won Lagos.
Listen, there are more Igbos in Lagos than other tribes. I lived in Lagos for more than all part of my life. Since I left England in 1980, I live in Lagos. Lagos is occupied by the Igbos. Lagos, there are Hausa people.
So there are no Yoruba people that voted for Peter Obi in Lagos?
If they are, very small.
And it was so, there was so much that they defeated, the president could not win his home state.
Well,
Atiku won Adamawa, his home state. Peter Obi won his home state of Anambra state.
We are talking about Nigeria.
So so we are talking about facts and figures.
Yes, facts and figures. But let me tell you,
Your Excellency, the facts and figures support the fact that you don't have to be to own any state as a political party to win an election in Nigeria.
No, you have to have people to win. Election is about numbers, Sean. Elections are about numbers.
Your party
All right, so a few things before the regular persons go on the streets with that information. So when he said Igbos were more, he was talking about in terms of comparing them with other settlers in Lagos. Statistically, Yoruba people are between 60 and 70% of Lagos. That is from Statista and from the Vanguard. So Yoruba people are more, I mean, it goes without saying, it's Yoruba land. But when it comes to settlers, there are more Igbos than other ethnic groups for obvious reasons. A lot of them are moving out of their spaces and, en masse. So it's not that they are, because if they were, they will have all the streets named after them, which is also, so any sane person understand what they're saying. Like apart from the hosts and the owners of the land, when it comes to other ethnic groups in Lagos, you have more Igbos, which is, I mean, it's what it is. But if you have about 70% of your people, you have a lot going for you. Interestingly, and I mentioned this before, and I think it's important to say it again. Dubai has between 7 to 10% Emiratis. The indigenous people of the land are only max 10%, at least 7%, so it's between 7 and 10% of the entire population. So about 90% of the population in Dubai are actually expatriates. But guess what? Everybody has to work according to the culture of the indigenous people. Their culture is protected, their livelihood is protected, their views are protected, it's their land. It's not about numbers, right? And it's on lockdown. And it doesn't matter how long you spend in Dubai, you cannot become a citizen. You cannot apply to become a citizen in Dubai, in the UAE generally. You can be given citizenship, but even that one is revocable. If you're a woman and you marry, if you're an Emirati woman and you marry an outsider, that person cannot become a citizen. If you're an Emirati man and you marry an outsider, that woman has to wait 10 years before they can even become citizens. And that's before they can become a citizen. And that citizenship is also revocable. So it's important to start saying some things, because people always shout in Senate climbs as though they even understand what they're talking about. So, if number one, the Yoruba are the majority in Lagos. Number two, even if you change the figures, the people still have a right to determine what happens in the land. And those who live by numbers, instead of understanding how to have family planning, they should be told these things. Before I move on, someone said something in the comment section. I think I should answer that thing. I don't know if I should do it now. No, let me do it now before I go back to the news. There are some people who just discovered this indigent bill recently, and somehow I think they don't understand. They are very passionate about it, but I think they're more emotional about it than anything else. So people send me messages every day. And I'm like, did you just hear about it? So they say, I heard it has passed second reading. I'm like, since March. We're in July. The indigent bill that Benjamin Kalu, was pushing, or is still pushing, it passed second reading in March. Not now. And there's a process that every bill goes through before it becomes a law. And I think maybe we should take our time to just, enlighten ourselves over this. So let me take a while on this thing. So when a bill comes on the floor, it goes through several phases. There's first reading, there's second reading, then there's a committee level. That committee level has a lot of things in there. That's where you have public hearing. That's where you have discussions with the committee. That's where you have, sometimes they invite the stakeholders to be part of that conversation. Then there's third reading. And now, this bill is in the House of Reps, Abi. When you are done with the House of Reps, it will go through the exact same process in the Senate. Let me read something. So there's the first reading. That's where they just read it out for the first time, no debate. There's second reading. It is debated in principle, and the people will vote for it. If it passes, then it goes to the committee. If it fails, the bill dies. So it gets to the committee stage. At the committee stage, so it's referred to the appropriate committee. So it depends on what exactly the matter is. So the committee in the House of Representatives will be the one discussing that particular matter, but not just amongst them. They're going to discuss the bill in detail. They're going to hold public hearings, which held a couple of weeks ago all over Nigeria. And please, I get the passion, but let's try and understand this thing. Because if you're going to, people say politicians are not saying anything. If you are going to engage politicians, at least you have to understand the process they go through. They will not just go out and be shouting, we don't want, because they want to make you feel like they're not going to move like that. When I see it on social media, people say, our politicians are not saying anything. What should they be saying? Let's understand the process. There is a way this thing works. They don't just go on Twitter and be tweeting, I'm House of Representative member, therefore I don't like this bill. Not be like that. Somebody said the bill is as declaring a war. We've had this conversation. That's not what I'm talking about right now. So you have the first reading, second reading, goes through the committee stage. You have, you discuss it in detail. You bring in stakeholders, experts to discuss that particular matter. You get in the public space. So you have public hearings over that particular matter, which was what was done a couple of weeks ago. And everywhere they went in the Southwest, even in parts of North Central where Yorubas were, they said they didn't want it. They said they didn't want it. That's the part that we are supposed to play. Just because something passed second reading does not mean it has happened. Meanwhile, the second reading it passed. It did not happen this month. It happened 4 months ago. A lot of us just woke up on this matter, and I'm saying this because somebody sent me a message yesterday. Somebody sent me a message today. I'm seeing it here again. There's this thing where people think that already. Saying after it has gone through this committee level, only recommend amendments. They will recommend amendments to it. They could say, okay, let's pass this bill, or they will say they don't want it. They will reject it. So you have three options at the committee level. So you go through the first reading, the second reading. At the committee stage, it's discussed in detail by stakeholders, experts, public hearing, the group, the society, community, everybody talks about it. You have three options. You suggest amendments. So am I against the bill? That bill is nonsense. What are you talking about? That bill is rubbish. It should be thrown in the bin. And the person that brought it should be sat down to explain to them how they should move in a multi-ethnic state. That bill is nonsense. There's no even, I don't have to think about it twice. But there's a process so that we don't just get worked up unnecessarily. When you get to the committee stage, you have the experts, you have stakeholders, you have the public discussing it. And then you have three options. Either they amend it, or they pass it to the next stage, or it dies there. Next stage is the third reading. Sorry, no, report stage before the third reading. There will be a report stage where the committee will report back to the full chamber. So everybody will get whatever it is that they have discussed at that committee stage. Then they might even make more amendments in the House. When they are done, it will now pass to the third reading. Excuse me. They will now pass it to the third reading. That's where you have the final version of the bill, right? And then they may not debate so much because they would have debated at the report stage. They're going to, what if the bills make it to the president? Why are you guys doing like this now? Okay, come and tell me the process it goes through. When they were doing public hearing, what did you do? Say they were doing public hearing all over the West, Southwest, in different cities. What did you do when the public hearing was on? I don't like people being just... The third reading is where they will now vote if they want that bill. So that's like the fifth stage. It has passed the second stage, first reading, second reading, committee stage, report stage, then third reading. When they're done with the third reading, they will now take it to the other chamber. They will take it to the Senate. It will now go through all of that process. They will now have something called the conference committee, if necessary. And then from there, they will now they'll now have the presidential assent. The president will then either sign it or withhold assent. In other words, no matter what you've done, the president has to assent. If he signs it into law, it becomes law. If he says no, then that's it. And there are many laws that have died like that. So you might go through all the processes and it gets to the president and the president says no. But I'm saying that there are many steps. And this second reading that everybody's shouting about in July happened in March. I don't know where people were at the time, number one. Number two, when they got to right now they're at the committee stage. And they had public hearing a couple of weeks ago. Many people did not know about it. When we have passion, and again, this is also one of the reasons our politicians don't speak to us. I see things on social media, everybody just insulting them. All these politicians, they're not speaking for us, they're not doing this. You don't even know what you're talking about. This is why I always said that people should be educated on these things so that we can engage them. You know, if you engage them with like information, they will listen to you. But if you're just throwing tantrums, they'll just say, okay, Motigbo, that's it. Is it okay for us to have this? Yes. But is there a process? Is there a way to plug it in? Yes. So right now, to be honest, unless the House of Rep member is in the committee, there's nothing he can do about it at this moment. He has to wait until the third reading, until the report stage. If you don't want to see first reading, which is just we have a bill, that's just information. Second reading, not to discuss it. Ibẹ̀lẹ̀ káwọn rep members tó jẹ́ tiwa kan sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́. Lẹ́yìn yẹn, wọ́n máa gbé sí gbòòrò. Wọ́n á béèrè kí lẹ fi ṣe ṣó dáa ṣé ò dáa. Àwọn àdẹ̀ sọ pé kò dáa. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ní gbogbo ibi tó ń gbé lọ, wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́. Tó bá ti wá ṣe yẹn tán, wọ́n máa padà lọ sí committee wọn. Committee wọn yẹn kì í ṣe gbogbo House of Rep member ló wà ní committee yẹn. Committee kọ̀ọ̀kan ní nǹkan tán forí ẹ̀ sọ. It never should have passed. Okay, now that it has passed, what are you going to do? You say it never should have passed. You don't understand the fact that your members alone cannot determine what happens to a bill, Sha. You know what? I don't think I think we just want to be. If you get to the House of Representatives now, right now, what will you do? you will be shocked that there's one person that is actually Yoruba from North Central who actually supports that bill. There's a lot of horse trading and Ogbo. I don't get it, Sha. Maybe I'm thinking differently. All this, it should never have passed. It has passed. So what are you going to do about it now that it has passed? What to do about it now is to engage it when they had the public hearing. Did we engage it? It's not just the politicians that make the laws. They also bring it to you. Now, thankfully, those who engage it spoke against it. Where it is right now is that you cannot tell them to go and throw it away. It's still in that committee stage. That's the third level. That's the third level. That's where it is. They will now discuss it. When they are done with all the discussions with the experts, with the stakeholders, with the people, with the community, with everybody, no matter what they will now ask, they'll now say, okay, let's amend it. For instance, that bill, there are some parts of it that make sense. For instance, becoming a citizen by investment or something like that, that makes sense. But everything that has to do with indigenship in that bill is absolute nonsense. No apologies. No apologies. So our conversation right now, and there's nothing wrong with speaking about it, though. I just don't like it personally. I don't like when people just, bombard me with things, especially when they think that the thing is happening right now. Meanwhile, it has already happened. What should be happening right now is that, okay, going forward, we reject it, we don't want it. But even when you're going to say it, please, let's engage the system well, right? Let's engage the system. It's important to engage the system, but we have to know what we're even talking about. So people are saying things like, did you hear a past second reading? Me, I thought, and the thing is, this has been happening for like the last 2 weeks, every other day. I'm like, this thing is not new. It's not new. Now, so the unitary, that's not true. That's not true. No. Again, there are extremes I don't like you guys doing. Do you really think that Ironsi was busy asking you if you wanted unitary government or not? That's a decree. You can't compare this with 1966 decree, Abba. But if you are talking about the people who did it, yes, you are right. My point is just that let's engage the system, but let's also understand the process so that we're not all over the place. Yes, Ades, you are right. So we're not all over the place. So now that it's at committee stage, people are speaking up, and you should speak up. But please, when you speak up, understand that only Chiche and Tele and only which is the good news. Where the bill is now, the committee stage that it is, that bill can die. Or at least it can be changed. Somebody says citizen by investment, not indigent. No. There's no indigent by investment. Citizen by investment is for outsiders. And Nigerians also do this in the Caribbean, where maybe send kids or local to their popular back on by Vanuatu, where people would say, I'm going to invest $250,000 in your country, then give me citizenship. That has nothing to do with indigent. They are plugging this nonsense inside because they know that one makes sense. But the other things, if you marry somebody from that place, you're an indigent. If you stay there for 10 years, an indigent, of course, those things will not work. Those things will not work. There are two things that I think make sense in that bill, to the best of my knowledge. The part where if you invest, you can become a citizen. Then also that part where so for instance, generally right now, if a Nigerian man gets married to a foreigner, that foreigner can become a Nigerian. If a Nigerian woman gets married to a foreigner, that foreigner cannot become a Nigerian. That's problematic. So if they can fix that, that makes sense. So if a Nigerian gets married to a British or wherever Lebanese, that person can become a Nigerian by marriage. That should work. The one about investment makes sense. All of that has to do with citizenship. Anything indigent in that law is absolute nonsense. I don't care who doesn't like what I just say. It is rubbish. It's something that can cause war. Knowing who we are in Nigeria, where people, maybe we should even spend some time talking about this thing. During the war, people will go into people's farms and say, we all own this place. This is Biafra. This is our land. Even people are saying it's Biafra fish. knowing the kind of people we live with in Nigeria, that thing will not work. So if you're speaking against it, I'm on your side. I'm against it. You cannot become an indigene by legislation. You cannot. It is based on the culture of the place. If you hate the culture of the people, don't try to be an indigene of the space. Nobody becomes an indigene by legislation. You can become a citizen by legislation, not an indigene. Even in the so-called Sena crime, whatever they call it, nobody legislates that indigene. It doesn't even make sense. It takes a lot of. You see, you have to lack social awareness to even come up with this kind of bill. You have to not understand what it means to. There's some things I don't want to say right now because I don't like talking about this bill because I just think it's. You have to very. I feel sorry for the person that pushed this bill because if this is his own legacy, it shows how. 1 second. Sincerely, it shows underdevelopment. It shows underdevelopment as a person and as a culture. And I will say this thing, if it's a Yoruba person bringing up that law or that bill, it is arrant nonsense. You understand, right, that if you get into a particular, have you also noticed that you will not see anybody say this thing except maybe one or two ethnic groups in the entire country. And the one that should be saying it are not even saying it. The one that should not ever say it are the ones saying it. And like I said, if you study Nigeria's history well enough, you can tell where we are going. What people are doing on social media right now, it has happened. This kind of law, it has happened. The same set of people pushing that narrative in the 50s and 60s are still the same people pushing it. That's why I don't believe in all these things of it's just an individual. It's not an individual. It's a culture. It's a system. It's a belief system. It's an idea that has refused to die. And guess what? I'm not saying it should die for you, but I'm saying that it should die for you. But I'm saying that that when they came up with unitary system, everybody was people were against it. Sorry, there's an issue I'm noticing here. You can use it, okay. Can anyone else hear? What's happening? Can you see me on TikTok? Can you hear me on TikTok? Anyone on TikTok? Can you hear me? Can you hear me on TikTok? I think I can. I'm monitoring it on another device and it's good. So please go on TikTok. Can you pass up? Please pass up on TikTok. In truth, selling land should not be.
Remember you.
Amen.
Clotrida, the helpers of your destiny, they will remember you.
Amen.
The Bible says, and it
So that means that was TikTok issue now. Please, let's power tap. I think it's probably one of the issues. Let's power tap, please. I think it's probably an engagement stuff. Like, it just went off. There was nothing wrong with the network. It's a TikTok issue. So please, if you're on TikTok, one of the things I really need you to do, please, is to power tap. Like the live repeatedly. please, on YouTube as well, please like the live. But the reason this happened, what happened just now, happened because there was no engagement. YouTube itself froze. Everything just got frozen, and it's actually quite interesting because but we're back. All right, so let's part up, please, and also share the live. I apologize for that, but it's a TikTok thing. But to be honest, I think it's because of our level of engagement. So please, let's engage. I'm going to go back and explain some of the things I said earlier. No problem about that. But engage by Shema Shitele. Then pay at Slack. Empress one day. Glad to have you back. So I apologize. I think apparently it was the app itself. The app just went off. So please, let's engage. Let's like the live. That's how they designed this particular app. So it means that we're working together. Folks on YouTube, Emma Bino, it's we were frozen. All right, I'm just waiting for us to get to a particular number that I can resume. Oh, yeah. Someone wrote exactly what I was thinking. Intel wrote it on YouTube, and it's actually quite true. He said the dude that pushed the bill was very insensitive and has zero social intelligence. But then, aren't most Igbos emotionally and socially unintelligent? To be honest, right, without having to even, we're not being bigoted here, but the truth is, I think folks from certain parts of Nigeria are emotionally unintelligent. Because if you're socially intelligent or you're culturally mature, there's certain things you will not even bring up. It's like saying that you should legislate parents giving their children inheritance once they are 50. That's ridiculous. Exactly. That's exactly how ridiculous this kind of bill is. Imagine somebody just comes up with an idea that once a parent is 50 years old, they must share the inheritance among their children. As ridiculous as that sounds, that's how ridiculous legislating indigeneity or indigenship is. Especially when you're talking about people who are not culturally the same. Let me say this, and no, it's not a political thing, it's a cultural thing. Because Otin Shele, like it has happened over and over and over and over again. And you have to begin to wonder, what exactly is wrong with your home? What's chasing you away? What is so bad about home that you just don't think you can make something out of it? What is that thing that is chasing you away from home? That requires you not only to go to other people's spaces, but to claim their spaces because, what that because, help us finish it. What is it? What is happening at home? Is there a law that says home must not be developed? Is there a law that says you must be covetous? Yoruba land, we say, for instance, Jeki Kokorole Imatendi. In other words, stay at home. You see, Yoruba people travel. Of course, we travel, but when we go wherever we go, we also respect the owners of the land the same way we're going to expect to be respected back at home. We do travel, contrary to what some people think. We actually do travel. Within Nigeria and outside Nigeria, we do travel. But we don't go to places and then, try and, because see, you must have, sincerely, I thought about this thing for a bit. There must be something terrible happening at home for you not to ever gather to talk about the development of your home. For instance, as a Yoruba person, we're always talking about Dawn Commission and SWDC and things like that. What is chasing you? What's so bad at home? That's one. Number two, this thing about national cohesion, how come you be saying now only one group they think say they understand what it mean to have national unity, and that group does not have ethnic unity? Only one ethnic group in Nigeria, as I'm talking about their political leaders and even the young people amongst them, they have taken upon themselves to teach us how to unite Nigeria. And they've been doing this since the 1930s. I read a book yesterday that was published in 1937. They've taken it upon themselves to teach the rest of us how to unite and have a great nation. But that group, they are not united at home. I was studying something about the evolution of cultural associations in Nigeria. And by the way, it's important to read different things because you might pick different ideas from, So I was studying the evolution of cultural organizations in Nigeria. And I've said it before, it was in the 1920s that Ibibio State Union was founded. And then, of course, there were other groups, the Urobo, the Shekiri, and so on and so forth. The Urobo, the Edo, Edo, different groups. In the 1930s, late 1936 thereabout, the Igbo State Union was formed. But it wasn't formed for the development of their land. It was formed to protect them in another part of Nigeria. Sincerely, if, you know what, I hope I can quickly find that. You guys on YouTube just insulting, you will cry forever because, and chalking everything down to 8 just shows how retarded some of you are. Any small thing you say you hate Kiniko, what is there to hate? Where is this thing now? I'll find it, Sha. When they put it together, it wasn't even to make their own place better. Thank you, the socials. Let me read something to you here. There's some very damning thing here. I don't want to turn this into Glasgow, so I'm more there. It was the dehumanizing nature of Igbo migrants to Lagos which prompted the formation of Igbo Federal Union in 1936 and later Igbo State Union in 1948. Let me just say the document. This is from a Journal of Applied Philosophy from Department of Philosophy, Imo State University, Owerri, Nigeria. And the article is Igbo in the Context of the Debate about Ethnicity and Nation Building by Ndubisi Uchechukwu J. Iroanofe, PhD, History Department, Abia State University, Uturu. So this is from Dr. Ndubisi Uchechukwu J. Iroanofe. And I'm going somewhere with this, and he wrote all these things, and there's some things he wrote that if I read it now, it may not sound very nice, because not supposed to get into all those. I'm just telling you that I don't have to even look for materials from Yoruba intelligentsia or academic to get into some of the problems, but I'm going somewhere with this. I want to get somewhere. All right. It says here, this is not going to work without me reading something. So let me just read something. It says here, there is no doubt that the Igbos emigrated in larger numbers to the various parts of Nigeria after the amalgamation in search of greener pastures, irrespective of the derisive attitude of the people of other regions, especially the Yoruba. This is an Igbo writer. So Coleman submits statistically that from 1911 to 1951, the number of Igbos in Lagos increased from 264 to 26,000 by 1951. And in the north, from 3,000 migrants to 120,000 by 1951, excluding Igbos in other parts of the West. This informed the need for protective association, which led to the formation of Igbo unions in Lagos. Uchendu, in support of the above, submits that in Nigeria and other West Africa cities where some Igbo work or seek paid labor, the need to protect themselves and to educate newcomers in the city ways led to the formation of various associations called family meetings or improvement unions. Among all the ethnic groups in Nigeria, the Igbo were the most misunderstood despite their genuine contribution. Nobody misunderstood you guys. You're just not as developed. That's the truth. But I'm going to just jump because if I read something, I want to respond and I don't want to do that. Let me just jump to the part that I'm really looking for here. The disturbing experience which the British had subduing Igbo created in them the impression that the Igbo were ungovernable. According to him, it was the dehumanizing nature of Igbo migrants to Lagos which prompted the formation of Igbo Federal Union in 1936 and later Igbo State Union in 1948. Most importantly, the union helped in easing the transplantation of new migrants from the certainties and security of village life to the uncertainties and hostility of life in an urban environment. Now, all of this to Mokonsin, there's only something. What happened? TikTok happened. But we're back now. All of the Turenchi I just said right now, there's only one thing I want to bring out for now. The point that, and you're not going to get this until I compare it with something. In this particular case, I have to compare. So give me a second. So remember the reason the union was formed in order to protect them in foreign spaces. Why am I doing this? Because I think another problem we have in Nigeria is we don't really know, people don't know who they are dealing with. And I think that's one of the major problems we've had in our political conversations in this country. We speak as though we are all the same, we are all at the same level, and everybody would understand. Nothing could be further from the truth. Bombo. I want to read something to you about Egbe. This comparison is not about who is better or who is worse. This comparison I want to make right now is to tell you how not to think in terms of we're all the same. There's nothing like that. Oh boy, now I have to find this page. Bombo. Just give me a second. Kilo Shelle. I think it's here. We're going to get into some of those things today, by the way, but I want to quickly get to the one, what happened in 1945 when they started the Egbe. And the reason I want to read this is because, like I always say, sometimes if I don't read these things, it's going to look like I'm just making things up to make some people feel bad or something, but that's not the purpose of this at all. Oh boy. You know what? Let me use this other stuff. This This might even be faster. 72. Does anybody know where in Papa's autobiography he talked about? It's actually quite crazy that I've read this before and I didn't bookmark it or even highlight it. Show possible, sha. Ombo, ibitan lo jina, ibitan ya lopo. Ko ba le danon. I think I found it. Okay. Motiri Adubo Bitowa. All right, I found what I'm looking for. So let me read what I'll read this and I'll read that, they will compare. Then we understand how we're different people. So when they founded Egbe Modudua in 1945, these were the aims. Sorry, please. All right. The aims of the association are divided into two categories. Number one is Yoruba land, to study its political problems, to study its economic resources, to plan for the improvement of educational facilities, to promote the social welfare of Yoruba land, then for Nigeria to cooperate with other regions. And then number two, to aid and encourage similar groups in the other regions. I'm trying not to go deep, but you know what? Let's just go deep. Let's go deep. Let me read all the aims of Egbe Modudua. Number one, to study fully its political problems in Yoruba land. So there are two prongs. One is Yoruba land, the other one is Nigeria. So for Yoruba land, number one, to study fully its political problems, combat the disintegrating forces of tribalism, stamp out discrimination. That's within Yoruba people. Stamp out discrimination within the group and against minorities, and generally infuse the idea of a single nationality throughout the region. Number two, to study its economic resources, ascertain its potentialities, and advise as to the wisest utilization of its wealth, so as to ensure abundance and prosperity for its people. Number three, to plan for the improvement of educational facilities, both in content and extent, to explore the means of introducing mass education promptly and efficiently, and to foster the study of Yoruba language, culture, and history. Number four, to promote the social welfare of Yoruba land, combat of superstition and ignorance, spread the knowledge of medical relief, and stimulate the provision of hospitals, maternity homes, and such like amenities. The second part is Nigeria. Number one, to cooperate in the fullest measure with other regions to see that the aims set out in A, that's in the one for Yoruba land, are also applied to the whole country. Number two, to aid and encourage similar groups in the other regions in every way possible to achieve these ideals. This was the original plan that Yoruba people had when they started Egbe Modudua in 1945, but this was in London. In 1948, they re-established it in Lagos, and these were the goals of the new organization in Lagos. Number one, or let me say A, to encourage, especially by means of scholarship awards by the society, the pursuit of secondary and university education among Yoruba boys and girls. B, to recognize and maintain the monarchical and other similar institutions of Yoruba land, to plan for their complete enlightenment and democratization. And C, to strive earnestly to cooperate with other ethnical associations in matters of common interest to all Nigerians, so as thereby to attain unity in federation. Now, that's the goal of Egbe Modudua. When you put that side by side with the goals of, or with even the very idea of Igbo state, you know we're in trouble. Which is why when they came up with this idea the first time in 1945 in the UK, only one group had a problem with Yoruba people. We'll talk about it maybe later today or tomorrow, or only one group had a problem with Yoruba people. It was the Igbo State Union. The reason is because the Igbo State Union was not put together to necessarily help the Igbo cause of build Igbo land or fix a place. It was to protect them in a foreign land. Now, if, for instance, and guys, this nobody said anything is good or bad. I want us to think. Let me read to you why the Igbo stuff was set up. One second, I'm going to read from the Journal of Applied Philosophy. This is called Igbo in the Context of the Debate about Ethnicity and Nation Building. It's by Dr. Ndubisi Uchechukwu J. Ironafe. He's a lecturer at the History of the Department, Abia State University. This is the reason that he gave for the formation of Igbo State Union. Take a listen to this interesting reason. I can't believe. Okay, I'll read two things. The forming. Okay, it says the forming of Igbo State Union triggered other ethnic groups who read political meanings into its formation, forming rival groups to counter the Igbo Union. That's nonsense. That's rubbish, because they were not the first to even start anything. And number two, everybody, if you could start your own, why could others not do theirs? If nobody say something is wrong with the way you reason. But let's just continue. Except the Ibibio Welfare Union, founded in 1928, which predates Igbo Union, Nolly opines that in 1945, a pan-Yoruba union, the Egbe Modudua, was formed in London by Yoruba students, including Obafemi Awolowo. The Urobo Brotherly Society, later Urobo Progress Union, was set up in 1931. The formation, meanwhile, Urobo was set up before Igbo. Ibibio was 1928, Urobo was 1931, Igbo was 1936. The formation of these all-inclusive ethnic groups such as Idoma, Tiv, Birom, and Bakwari. Initially, the formation of Igbo State Union did not have any political undertone. It was aimed at alleviating the suffering of Igbo migrants in Lagos. The idea of having Igbo State Union, which is the same thing as Ohaneze Ndigbo, I mean, essentially, not the same, but it's the only group you can use to compare. It's about fighting for your rights in other people's lands. Not so much about what you are going to do in your land. All these groups were thinking of how to develop their homes, what to do at home, how to build their houses for Yoruba people, how to provide scholarship, how to educate their young people, how to work with the monarchs, how to democratize ownership, how to alleviate problems in Yoruba land. Sorry, I have another clown who just came in. This is not the place for you. Trust me. You're not going to understand what I'm saying. What's your name? Kelly. Your brain can't assimilate these things. I'm just helping you. So, your best bet, if you stay here for maybe another 1 month, you will get it, hopefully. But that's if you listen with your ears. So I've muted you so that you can stop typing nonsense. The point is that a group has this penchant for just fighting for recognition in other people's spaces, not thinking of what to do back home. It's that same group, it's that kind of group that can produce politicians who will now ask for rights of an indigene in other people's spaces. Because from the very go in 1936, the plan was not how to make home better. It was about how to gain the same right or have better rights in other people's spaces. This thing is a deep stuff. Do you know how long ago 1936 was? Next year will make it 90 years. This has been 89 years in the making. It's in the mindset of, do you know how long it takes to form a culture? You form a habit in 21 days. A culture, maybe about a generation. How many people do you think have lived and died in the last 90 years? How can you be so enamored with the idea of getting right in other people's spaces instead of thinking of building home? And you're not a fugitive. It's not like you're running away from the law. Like, what is chasing people? So, to go back to what we started with, the indigent bill is nonsense. The bit about citizenship by investment or the woman being able to, a man being able to gain citizenship by marriage makes sense. Anything about indigenship, about becoming something after 10 years, all those things are still stuff from Igbo State Union of 1936. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you know what? One of these days, I will actually do sessions on this. Why do I keep talking about these things? Am I against people? Do I hate a group? No. See, the point is this. See, in Nigeria, we assume that because certain people are disturbing in the forest, they are the only problem you have. Meanwhile, certain people are going to the National Assembly and asking for the same right as you in your house without having to carry guns. But you're oblivious to what's happening because they are not armed. You think being armed, you require ammunition, you require guns and stuff. No. You can change the dynamic of a particular place using the law. And the indigent bill is nonsense. No apologies. And it's even worse because the people who are pushing for, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, this unity that people are looking for in Nigeria, please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap aggressively. People like saying, waiting they affect, waiting they do with that. People who are pushing for Nigerian unity, why? Just one question, ask these people, why do they have one original ethnic person and another one that's not that's inferior? Why is there superiority and inferiority among the ethnic group? One. Why is there a caste system among that, within that ethnic group? Two. If you have not been able to create that kind of unity at home, what makes you think I will unite with you? On what basis? Especially when you're not even thinking of unity of purpose, you're thinking of unity based on identity, because indigenship or indigeneity is about identity. Why do you think I would want you to be part of me with the mindset that you have? So it's like saying that you can arrive in the US, and I said this last week, it doesn't matter how long you stay in the US, legal or illegal, you cannot become a citizen just based on longevity. I've been here 15 years, so there is a process. In some cases, you have to write exams. There is a process of becoming not an indigent, of becoming a citizen. You can't become an indigent no matter how long you stay there. That's why I've said it several times. The best some of us can get in the UK is to become British. You cannot become English, never. You could be born in Surrey or born in London, wherever you are born in England, right, and live all your life there. You cannot be English. You can be British, that's citizenship, but you cannot be English because that's about indigeneity. It has nothing to do with being a citizen. And those who know they are English by ethnicity, they guard it. They guard it. And guess what? I don't want to be, why do I want to be English? I'm Yoruba. Do you know what it means to be Yoruba? It's the biggest flex. Why do I want to change indigenship? Why do I want my children? I'm Yoruba. You can have dual citizenship, that's fine, but because good passports help you travel, apparently. But when it comes to you, why would you want to? History has a way of just happening again and again. I've said people just repeat history. Not be saying history, they even repeat itself. What if I told you that Ojukwu was asking for dual citizenship when he was looking for Biafra? He wanted to be Biafran and Nigerian. And people from his ethnic group are now asking that they want dual indigenship. They'll be Igbo and something else. Why? How? The same way they didn't get it that time, they will not get it this time. No, that's not how life works. You've got to have self-pride. That's why I know that this thing that this guy is doing is not pride. It's not pride, it's arrogance. If you are proud, I'm talking pride, the positive pride, is what makes you want to say, let's build home. And I'm not saying there are no Igbo people building home. I'm very sure many Igbo people are doing it. But I'm saying whatever makes you think of owning my space shows that you're not dedicated to where you're from. Somebody say Kemi Bednock is Yoruba, even at opposition. Kemi Bednock can never be English. Her children may be able to claim to be English, but she would never be able to. Because for some reason they don't have, I don't know if they have indigenship by marriage. But even if she does, maybe by marriage. But you know, I don't even think she can get it like that. But is she British? Of course. Her husband is even Scottish. Thank you. Actually, it's easier for Scots. Those ones with marriage, I think it will be possible. The point is, even if no, I don't want to change topic. This thing, it comes in different forms in every generation. It has come as unitary system. It has come as what was that one they did that time? Removal of state of origin. It has come as national unity. Now it is coming as indigency bill. And they always use one ridiculous argument: national unity. This is not national unity. This is going to give us national division. Someone say we are Nigeria, we die here. You can die. I'm supposed to live being a Nigerian, but I don't understand why you want to die. If home is so bad, then become homeless. I don't care. But this is not your home. Yoruba land is not your home. You're just passing through. When you are done, you go back home. Which is what I will tell Yoruba people in other people's places. Meanwhile, do you know there are cases, and maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow, there are cases of Yoruba people in certain parts of the north, where even politicians in the north tell them that you are one of us now. Why are you acting? Which one is Yoruba? Because what you want, and I've said this several times, and I know I repeat it. I say it again and again because repetition is the law of long and lasting impression. Sometimes people have to hear it again and again to get it. There are three options you have when you move out of your house to live in other people's spaces. You have three options. The first option is the most stupid option, but it's the one some people prefer. And who am I to say they are wrong? You have three options. Isolation. When I say it's not even the most stupid, it's the stupid option. It's not most stupid. It's not I'm not comparing with the other two. Isolation is the stupid option. So there are three options. There's isolation, there's integration, there's assimilation. Underdeveloped cultures and underdeveloped people go for isolation. They are always different from the people of the land. They are better than them. They are too big to join them. But they want the rights of the people of that land, but they are not them. Integration is a person who says, listen, I know where I'm coming from, but I'm going to still adapt to the culture here. So they will speak your language, but they'll still have their own name. They'll have their own culture from home, but they will also be involved in your own culture as a people. But they are not jettisoning what they have. But at least they respect you enough to learn your language, to be with you, to work with you, to learn your ways. If they come to greet your mother, they will not stand up and say they want to use they don't want to slap the person, to wake the person up. They know how to prostrate because they are in your culture. Then there's a third group, which is the best. It's assimilation. Third option, assimilation. That one means that people actually forget who they were and they will become part of this one. And all three, they are examples in Yoruba land. And we treat the people in each of the categories, we treat them differently. If you are isolated, bus stop will be changed. Bus stop names, by the way, all the signs, we're going to get to that news now. All these signs that are changing, there's more to come. We'll change all the signposts everywhere. You know why? You are isolated. You are not one of the people. So once we notice that you are isolated, number one, we begin to even blame ourselves. Waiting with the look when you get signboard, when you even get streets named after you. So we remove it because you don't belong here. And we're not the ones who say you don't belong here. You have told us. Because whatever makes a person say the people of the land are mumu, you have told us that you're not one of us. Because most sensible people will not insult their homeland. So once you say you are isolated, you are out. You can live, you can do well. We don't mind you being around. You are there. It's okay. But you are not part of us. And we're not the ones who even told you that. You told us that. And guess what? We believe. See, when people tell you something about themselves, just believe them. You've told us that you're not part of us, so we agree, we believe, we're working accordingly. If you choose to integrate, you get the Daddy Shoki treatment. He is loved by Yoruba people. And I'm using an example so that it's going to be very easy for you to... I'm not saying that Shoki is the prime example of integration, but it's the one you know. You will be loved by the people. You'll be celebrated by the people. But we also know that, anytime you are not from here, but you are one of us. But you're not really from here. But we respect you. We love you. You can even have a street named after you. And more. If you are assimilated, and in some cases it takes one generation, in many cases it takes like 2 or 3 generations. If you assimilate, that means that you have gone beyond just speaking our language and learning our culture like those who have integrated. You have now said, listen, I'm nothing else but here. I'm nothing else but this. In other words, this is now my identity. And there's a process for that as well in different universities. And once you come into that, from that point, you are not dual anything. You are entirely here. This is your identity. There's a group in Nigeria, the only one they do is Oshodetakwa is an example of assimilated people, but his family is Yoruba today. They are not Takwa, they are not from Nupe, they are Yoruba. They can say, oh, somewhere in our history, somebody came from Nupe land and arrived Lagos. That's history. They, by identity, by right, by everything, they are indigenous people, they are Yoruba people. And I've said several times, we have the same rights. But that's all they are. Now, if you have chosen in whatever dreamland you were that you want to be isolated, we respect your choice. But you also have to have enough sense to respect our choice that you cannot have access to what belongs to those who are either indigenes by ancestry or indigenes by assimilation. And you know the funny part? Those who integrate, who don't assimilate, those who integrate, they know not to ask for those. They know not to ask for those rights. As a matter of fact, it's actually the sign that they have integrated. They are not with us, but they know our ways. They will not ask for certain stupid things because they know that I'm not from here. I don't have that. I don't have that clout. I don't have a reason. I'm not entitled to it. So they don't ask for it. The people who ask for that kind of nonsense are people who are isolated. If you have truly integrated into Yoruba culture, you would never ask for something like this. You know why? Because you also know that it is disrespectful to us as a people for you to ask that kind of nonsense. Speaking about isolated people, let me play you one day. I'm going to treat this all these documents on Igbo State Union and how it evolved. The entire idea of Igbo State Union was about how to thrive in foreign spaces. One day I'm going to do sessions on it. You guys, we have to know our neighbors. This is not, I don't hate anybody, but we have to know our neighbors. Because there's no way the same thing, generation to generation, there's a reason for it. It is institutionalized. What do you think? What everybody think? And I'm not against whatever it is you want to do. I'm just saying that you cannot do it in my space. And if you have common sense, you should not be fighting me on that. Any group that tells you to remove state of origin or become an indigene in other people's spaces in Nigeria is a stealing mindset. I'm not saying the person is a thief, but that mindset is the mindset of a thief. And so, yeah, to be clear, we're against it, and we should always speak against it. But we also, like I was saying, we should also be very, very careful to understand excuse me, to understand the process that the bills go through. So we're not just worked up and say, what's the second reading? Second reading does not mean it's going to be passed. There are still other stages. Again, just in case you were not here when I talked about it, there's first reading. That's when the bill is introduced to the floor, to the House. If people say, okay, let's talk about it, that's the second reading. Second reading is let's talk about it. That's in the House. Oh, this is a bill you have in mind. Okay, let's talk about it. That it passed that stage, second reading, does not mean it has become a law. Once it passes that stage, it goes to committee stage. There you have the experts, you have stakeholders discussing it. You also have public hearing. And we had public hearing on this particular matter a few weeks ago. And everywhere they went in Yoruba land, we said no. And we are still saying no. And it is important for us to say no, to keep saying no. So they would have the committee level, so they would have public hearing, which is where they are now. Second reading was in March 25 or 26 this year. That's about more than 3 months ago. Oh, sorry, about 4 months ago, actually, more than 4 months ago. So now they are at the committee stage. They will discuss it. They have public hearings. People will talk about it. They have 3 options at this level. Number 1, they could amend the bill. Number 2, if it's amended, they can now pass it on, or they could just pass it on as it is. Then number 3, they will say, let's kill it here. It's not going to make sense. Hopefully they kill it here. If they don't, there's a report stage. They will now go back to the House and say, oh, this is the bill. At that point, they will now discuss it again in Parliament, in House of Reps, because this bill is in House of Reps now. They will then discuss it, the merits, the demerits, the things that everybody is shouting right now, which is why we should shout. That is when your politicians will speak. All these, our politicians are not speaking, they're not speaking. It is not on the man who spoke that is making many people get agitated, right? Is Opus Odima. He spoke during the public hearing that was held in the Southeast. The ones who spoke in Yoruba land also spoke during that public hearing. It's just that maybe many of us did not follow, the sequence of events. When they then take it to the report stage, they was, okay, this is what we have discussed, so we want it, we don't want it. It can die there too. If it doesn't die, it goes to third reading. Third reading is just, artist or let's see if we can pass it. Oh, yeah, let's see all the I become and so on. Those who are for it say I, those who are for it say nay. It can die there, it may not die. I think it goes to one other level, then it gets to the president. So no. Once they're done with that thing, it's House of Reps. They will now repeat the process in the Senate. They'll go through that same process. It has to be first reading, second reading. They have to go through everything, public hearing. And then once they are done, they will now get it to the president for assent. And then the president has 30 days to choose either to, say no or say yes. If he signs, it becomes a law. If he doesn't, it's trashed. That's the process that the bill goes through before it becomes a law. What I say right now will be like 10 stages, if not more. First reading, second reading, committee, report, third reading. Right? Yeah. Then on the other side too, the Senate, under 5. That's 10 stages. Second, third, no, what about insane? Okay? But it's important for us to speak up. But please, we also have to be very careful, Yoruba. Again, this hyper-conservative thing that's going on social media, people have to be calm. We have to understand. Politicians don't just go around, especially folks in the legislature, they just go around with talking. We must also talk. They are not public commentators. They are lawmakers. The fact that they're not saying everything out now does not mean that they are in cahoots with people who want what we don't want. There's time for everything. But our job is to speak up. Our job is to say no. And our job is to ensure that they hear. So that when it's time for them to speak, they'll be saying what we want. But if they're not saying something right now, don't get to the point where you're just castigating them and insulting them and say, oh, these people want it bad, but they're not good people, or they don't represent us. they are not there to, they are not analyzing situations. They are in the thick of things, right? So sometimes, I'm not saying all of the time, but sometimes give them a break and understand the process that these things go through. But lastly, just to be clear, that bill is nonsense. And if you're a right-thinking person, regardless of your ethnic group, you should be against it, especially if you're from a minority ethnic group in Nigeria. I don't see this thing working in the Middle Belt. I don't see it working in the Northeast. You go to Adamawa, for instance, you have like 30 ethnic groups in some states. I don't see it working in the South. When you have those minority groups, they will see why are people saying that people should not be buying the land again in Rivers State? There's a community like that in Rivers State, Omoku. There's another one. Asaba also stopped some people, some areas in Asaba. They said no, they're not selling to some people. I'm not mentioning the people they're not selling to. Why do you think they're doing that? Why did the Bakweri Native Authority in 1948 say we are going to buy back all the lands that the Igbos had bought and then we'll now sell it to our own people? Why do you think that happened? If you know history, you understand the fact that whatever we are seeing right now, so there's a way to deal with it. So if you are, let's say you are from Taraba, you are from Delta, you are from Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Adamawa, you are from Kaduna, especially Southern Kaduna, you are from Nasarawa, all those places where you have several ethnic groups inside one state. All it takes is just one big ethnic group, just carry the same way they shipped voters' card to Lagos, not to win the last election, where they tried to win, but along with what beyond, and what happened would never happen again. Never happen again. The way they moved how can you move voters' card from your region to a state? Hundreds of thousands of cards. Why? Why? If it's not that there's something wrong at home, or maybe somewhere in your thinking process there's something off, why would you move? Why? You just come and destabilize another person's region because the law allows you, which is why, of course, they're talking about electoral reform, and I think they should fix that. But beyond that, as a developed mind, not be everything they go tell you, say no this inside law for you to say I not go do them. Some things go day way they feel be legal, like, say if I do this thing are legal, but it's legal, but it's not ethical. There are legal things that are not ethical, and cultural people know not to do those things, even though they are legal. That's why it takes a person who is just coming out of his Neanderthal state to wave constitution at you every single time. You are talking about things, they say, it's in the constitution. It's in the constitution. Anybody that's always talking about things like that, Koti developed now. Person is still a very, very, they are just at the beginning stages of development as a rational mind. There are things that are legal, but they are not culturally acceptable in some spaces, so you don't do those things. E.g., freedom of movement is legal. Oro is cultural. If they born you well, can't walk when the Oro day out. That's when you understand the difference between culture and law. Carry your movement, freedom of movement. Come out. There's Oro or move. Since we are all doing, is it in the constitution? Is it in the constitution? Okay. Am I saying people should be illegal? No, I'm saying there is legal, then there is cultural. So when you get to places, you know what your rights as a citizen, but you also understand the culture of the place. You find balance in marrying the two. Shouting, I have constitutional right, does not mean that if you go where they're having egun, or if you, all right, it is well with everybody in Jesus' name, amen. All right, speaking about the isolated people, one of them was interviewed a few days ago, I think, a couple of days ago, and here is what he had to say. Take a listen, please. Please don't stop power tapping on TikTok. Oh. What's happening? Oh dear. Sorry, I have to bring back this account to be able to hear this person. All right, take a listen, please.
You've lived long enough in Lagos. You've seen things happen in the past. You've seen things happen even recently. Do you agree with that concept? Lagos is a no man's land.
Yes, because this was our first capital, so it had people from different ethnic groups who made Lagos really bubble. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, yeah, it's just like America, the melting pot of all the, a lot of immigrant people. And now look at how Donald Trump is messing the whole thing up. Yeah? So yes, from that perspective, in terms of people coming together, it's really a no man's land. It's like New York. I think Lagos is like the New York of Nigeria. Yeah. So
if you...
That's how you know an undeveloped mindset. And for the upteenth time, let me also say this. Lagos, that was the capital of Nigeria, is not Lagos State. There are at least 5 Lagoses. At least 5. There's Lagos Island, which is the town. There's Lagos, the capital, which is the Lagos Island plus some other areas. There's Lagos Colony. There's Lagos Island, which is not the town, which is everything from Obalende to Ekpe. Of course, there's Lagos Mainland. Then there's Lagos State. Lagos State was created in 1967. It is not the capital of Nigeria. It was never the capital of Nigeria. Never. There are 5 divisions in Lagos. There's Ikorodu, Badagry, Ikeja, Lagos Island, and Ekpe. Of those 5 divisions, only one is what you can call the capital, which is Island, and some parts of, they side the Jibo. That's it. Every other part was Western Nigeria. This nonsense. Now, this man is over 70. This man is over 70. And he's telling you that Lagos is no man's land. What he just said right now is exactly what his own leader said in 1950. But when they were saying it, they were talking about that island, the town, the capital Nigeria. That's what they were saying. What he is saying right now is that he has transposed the idea from Lagos, the capital, to Lagos, the state, and saying Lagos. So when they say Lagos now, it's as if they just talk about one place. But these interesting characters will understand the difference between Kaduna State and Kaduna Town. There's Oyo State, there's Oyo Town. Oyo Town is not the capital of Oyo State. Just like Lagos Town is not the capital of Lagos State. The capital of Lagos is Ikeja. Capital of Oyo State is Ibadan. Ondo State is different from Ondo Town. Capital of Ondo Town, capital of Ondo State is Akure. Ondo Town is still what it is. But again, if you don't come from a place where they build cities, it may be difficult for you to understand. Like if everything is villages and hamlets, and the British have to create the first city you have. So it may be difficult to get it. It will be very difficult. So cities are different from states. But if you don't have, like your culture, they don't build cities where you come from, you should learn it. You can learn it elsewhere. You hear Kano. There's Kano State, there's Kano Town. Sokoto State, Sokoto Town. Kaduna State, Kaduna Town. Those are city builders, they get it. So that's how people live. Okay, so the state is not doing the same thing as, oh, it was the capital. Even if it was the capital, and so what? There are still indigenous people in that place. It is not New York. There are no people here in reservations, and no, we don't want to go to reservations. If you want reservations so badly, move your people there and leave your land empty, which is what you're already doing right now. But don't come to Yoruba land, find another place to go and congregate and make a reservation camp, and then give your land to other people. As long as you have indigenous people, it is disrespectful and stupid to say the place is no man's land. I don't care who you are. Because those people have a right. It's their space. You came to meet them. Till today, Abuja. You know, living in Abuja, I go around, for instance, you meet with Gbagi or Gwari people, I meet them. No matter what, there is again, you won't find this in the constitution, but you have common sense to respect the Gwari people. Can say, oh, I bought this land, I built this one, I built all the structures. What are these baggy people that don't mean anything? No. Abuja is not no man's land. There are people who are indigenous. Like, if you carry your bag and whatever you brought to wherever you are, you have a home to go to. That's their own home. You can travel to, you know, Lagos, Abuja. By the way, it's not just Lagos. So we're not just speaking because of Lagos. They are trying to do this in Akure, in Ibadan. I've seen things. They are doing it in Ife by claiming the nonsense history. So it's not about Lagos alone. You are everywhere. But if something happens right now, like you just heard that something was going to happen in 1993, everybody cleared. It's called Oso Abiola, OSO Abiola. You had a place to run to. Guess what? If something like that happens to me, this is where I stay. This is home. For you, this means nothing apart from, now like market you come. The problem with you now is that you want to turn market to home by displacing the owners of the place, by saying that it's just no man's now. Let all of us, let's make it tabula rasa. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to everybody. No. Even Abuja, you know, I was thinking about something yesterday. Was it 2017? I was at the radio station. I was being interviewed. It was a session on radio, and they were talking to me about this national unity question I'm talking about. Not be today. 8 years ago, I was a guest on the radio station. It was in Metama, and we're talking about this whole thing. Everything I said then is what I'm saying now. What I said is the same idea, and I told them this place, it belongs to people. There's respect. And the one was asking about language. I said no. There's a way you move in people's spaces. I was in Abuja. Abuja is a place where you're supposed to be. If you are stupid, maybe people will accept it. Say maybe you forgot your meds, in the sense that, oh, we are all together. It's national unity. It's no man's land. You can't say that. Oh, we built everything everywhere. You can't say that. Anybody who thinks like this is a person who has no home to go to, or who is not proud of where he's from. One other stuff that this person said, I'm trying not to even, a 70-year-old man, is the one that this man was talking to, Abi. What was his name? Asari Dokubo. 70-year-old man. Anyway, first let's listen to an interview that was conducted on channels for this in person. Take a listen, please.
Welcome back. And so let's get right into our second conversation, which has got everyone talking since the weekend when the outgoing or outgone chairperson of Bariga LCD announced the renaming of streets. And one particular renaming was the one that got everyone talking, got all the attention, because if you look at that list, there were other streets that were renamed in that particular LCD. Now, the man at the heart of the subject joins us now. Charlie Boy, Charles Oputa, if you like, area father. He joins us virtually from Lagos. Thank you so much for joining us, Charlie Boy.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I was talking about the streets, and I'd like to go through, some of them, just a high point, why all of this may be, the uppermost in the minds of Nigerians. There's Ajidago Street, named Olamide Adedeji Street. There is Bariga Road, renamed Bola Ahmed Tinubu Road. There's Ilaje Road, renamed King Sunny Ade Road. There is Ifeanyi Street. I believe that's the only other Igbo name there that is renamed Abolore Akonde to honor, of course, the singer Nice. So why do you think yours has been singled out, dominating talking points online and offline? Because all the other names that were renamed got Yoruba names. In fact, there's just only one Igbo name that was renamed to a Yoruba name.
My sister, if you ask me now, who I go ask? I don't know. I don't know why they do the things they do, but it seemed to me a little silly, a lot more silly, and petty, because those are not the things that we should be talking about right now. Those are not priorities. Whether you name it Charlie Boy or you name it Olumide Bado or whatever, it's neither here or there. What our priority should be is about the 2027 election. Will our votes count? That's what I think we should be talking about.
Perhaps for a lot of people who do not understand how far, just how much of history is behind that bus stop. There's been a lot of talk around how it came to be Charlie Boy bus stop in the first place, and it wasn't official. It was the people that came together. But I mean, you know this history better than anyone. How did Charlie Boy bus stop become Charlie Boy bus stop? So we understand the history behind all of this.
Well, once upon a time, I used to live in a bus stop, and that's because people who were in Bagada at the time felt it was just the right thing to do to name a bus stop after me, because honestly, I did contribute to that community. Both the military pensioners, the Okada riders, and anybody, any young person. I gave scholarships out and stuff like that. I don't really like to talk a lot about what I've done and what I haven't done, but I tried for my community. At the point of time, I was there. Okay. I held sweat, so I guess because of all what I've done in the past, for people, they just decided it was a cool idea, naming the bus stop after me, and that's how it all started.
Do you remember what year this was named Charlie Boy? Because that part of history is missing again. We don't document a lot of these things, and the conversation is really flying over some people's heads. Do you remember what year?
I remember vividly. It was after 1990, after my song 1990, which was a hit back in the days. And so about 91, 92.
My records are correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to find out from you, if my records are correct, you should be maybe around 74, 75.
And this feels... I really don't like discussing my age, not for any particular reason. I know, but you don't look any... What has age got to do with anything? No, I know. Really. Yes, I know. You don't even look close to your age. So that is because I don't know what you eat. I don't know what you do. And I work hard at it. Yeah, so I swear to God, I work hard at it. I mean, people think I've been under the knife. I've never, ever been under the knife. Yeah, a few times I had Botox and stuff like that, but that comes and it goes away. So, but.
All right, thank you for that information. Anyway, here's the point. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. If you like, yeah, bigot. They are tribalist. Let me read something to you. I mentioned yesterday that in Anambra State, Abakaliki Street was changed to Club Street. It was so bad that politicians in Ebonyi State were discussing it, and they gave the government of, that's Governor Obiano, they gave him an ultimatum to revert that name, to revert it to Abakaliki Street. Till tomorrow, they have not done it. What they did was to look for another street and name it Abakaliki Street. It seems that when things happen in people's places, it's fine. But if you just act, meanwhile, I don't know what grounds they had, but trust me, this is the time to make it very clear who owns the space in Yoruba land. And no, it's not at Orewa. And I don't usually speak like this, but guess what? It's important to start saying it. When you move to people's spaces, you act with respect. You understand how people move in those places. But you can't be tweeting, this woman have not even removed this signboard. This was last year. And then they told you that they are not Momo and they removed it this year. You are now crying. Mombo, I want to read something. Jacob Zuma Road in Owerri was renamed to Umbazuluike Amechi Road. This was in 2019. Imo State Governor Emeka Ihedioha officially renamed the road during a public ceremony marking the 90th birthday of Chief Mbazuluike Amechi. The announcement took place in the Sam Mbakwe Hall, Imo Concord Hotels in Owerri, and was made in front of attendees, including civil society figures and dignitaries. The event was intentionally chosen to honor a nationalist icon, Chief Amechi, a founding member of the Zikist movement and a former minister. Ihedioha emphasized that the renaming celebrated a true patriot whose contributions to nation building should not be overlooked. I didn't see Jacob Zuma and his South African family members getting angry. So Okorocha had named the road President Jacob Zuma Road. They even had the statues that they put out there. And December 2019, Emeka Ihedioha changed it. Let me read something again that happened in 2017. The same Okorocha's administration renamed several prominent roads, such as Assumpta Road to Buhari Road, Wedra Road to Sambakwe Road, and Okigwe Road to Nnamdi Azikiwe Road. Many residents continued to use the old names, signaling popular rejection and pointing to a disconnect between government decisions and community acceptance. So regardless of the fact that they changed that name to Buhari Road, they still call it Assumpta Road. Why? They prefer their own ethnic people. Am I against what they did? Was my own. Whatever you want to do is your house, have you? Do it. So if, for instance, ordinary name change, say it doesn't really matter now, we're supposed to be thinking of bigger things. If it doesn't matter, why are you talking about it? So you're talking about 2027. Talk about 2027. Don't talk about it like it doesn't really matter now. After all, it's just petty. Right? Good. Number two, if you hear that they change somebody's name, they change a road to Buhari Road, Muhammadu Buhari Road, and you protested in your place, do these people think that what they do is hidden, like as a culture, as a people? Like when your states do things, do you know that people know these things? I've spoken about Imo and Anambra. Why did you change? And by the way, the Abakaliki thing actually gets me, it makes me feel funny. You know why? Abakaliki is Igbo land, is Igbo town, it's an Igbo town. Why would you change the name of a fellow? It's like you go to Yoruba land, for instance, there's Iwo Road in Ibadan. There's a Oyo Road in Ibadan. There's a Ikorodu Road in that Pangrove side. There's a Ekpe Road, Lekki Ekpe Expressway. Some of these places, there's Ife Road in Ibadan. So you don't say because you want not on Ife Road to Club Road. People must think that the rest of Nigeria, like we don't think. I think people just assume that the rest of the country, they can just talk nonsense and people just say, hey, yeah, sorry, we'll change it back. It's not, something is changing. Somebody put out a video yesterday, say it's politicians are trying to get us not to think about what really matters. Is not true. This is not the politician, this is the people. And this is the beginning. By the time we are done, everybody will know the exact place they are supposed to occupy in Yoruba land. That's it. Nobody's saying leave, but in Yoruba land, this is how we do our things. You will now find a way to blend in or say go babe. So this is not politician. This is not politician doing anything. And people should be smart. You can't act stupidly. Then when you get the repercussion of your insults to all of us, you now say, oh, it's a politician that are doing it though. The people don't really need it though. Nah, we like it. Leave it like that, eh? May God bless everybody. By the way, there's a paper that I'm looking at, a headline I'm looking at here. Okorocha bows to pressure, restores original name of Owerri Street, named after Buhari. This was December 27, 2017. The pressure was so much, Okorocha bowed to pressure and reverted the name, the street name, to what it was, Assumpta. Am I against it? No. I'm not against it. I think you have a right to do whatever you want to do at home. That's all. Like, God bless you and God keep your home and, you know, all those other great things. It is well with you. Moving on. I hope we're not still going to talk about this thing. But I say, that indigenship thing, to be honest, I think we'll probably be talking about it every time so that we're going to get very conscious and we will put it out there and folks on ground. If you're a Yoruba person, especially if you are young, and you have all these things of, that's so harsh. Let me tell you something. Somebody said, who built it? I don't know. You don't have to build something for it to be named after you now. It's not about building, it's about naming. Charlie Boy did not build that bus stop. Olamide did not build it either. It's not about building, it's about honor. And if they honor you and you show yourself to be dishonorable, they will take their honor back. Kojubelo. If you're a Yoruba person, young people, and I get it, you know, maybe you started out life with Arise of Compatriots, Nigeria, Skolobe. The real anthem of Nigeria is, though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. In other words, our diversity is in our anthem. We are not, and by the way, it was wrong. We are not, Lagos is not a melting pot. It's a salad bowl. Every single group, you know what they call salad bowl? If you have a melting pot, it's like a soup, right? So you put your soup, all the ingredients, you put everything in, everything mixes together, everything melts. It's not a stew. It's now stew. So you have this stew of peppers and tomatoes and onions and all kinds of things, garlic. You mix everything together. It's now stew. So that's melting pot. So it's a melting pot. Everything has melted. That is the obekan. You cannot find the tomato. You can't find the iru. No, there's no iru there. You can't find tomato. You can't find the, bell peppers. You can't find the chili. Everything is now mixed. That's melting pot. What we are is a salad bowl. You can see the cucumbers, you can see the watermelon, you can see the purples, you can see the cabbage, you can see every single thing. We're in the same bowl. We're in the same bowl, but we are different. You can pick what you want. You can pick. This is not a soup. This is a bowl of vegetables. This is a salad bowl. So Nigeria is not a melting pot. It will not be a melting pot. And I want to say one more thing. If a person really likes the idea of a melting pot, start from home. Start at home. In your own house, in your own region, create that melting pot. You know the funny thing? In this country, there's no place that is as open to others as Yoruba land. After Yoruba land, you have to go to the north and give it to folks in the south. Like Port Harcourt is also open. Parts of Akwa Ibom open. But generally, Yoruba land is most open. The closest people, and I'm not mentioning any group, you cannot be the one teaching us how to open up. We're already open. You, everything we have taught you, everything you have observed here, go and practice it at home. Don't come with 1 or 2 names of people working in the state civil service. Give us like 100. There is no single state in Yoruba land, none in Southwest, none. All the 6 Southwestern states have folks working in the civil service, not federal, state civil service, who are not indigenous to our spaces. They're not from Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti, and Lagos. They are not from our space, but they work in the civil service. I have here advertisement in Anambra State and Ebonyi State, and both of them have one thing in common. They are looking for indigenes of their states in their own civil service. When you speak like this, say, oh, but we have somebody. They look for one lone figure somewhere. We have one person working for the governor. No, I'm saying, no, I'm talking about entire people. Not 1, 2, 3 that went to the NYSC and decided to stay back. I'm saying people who, they've been there. Not 10 in every state. So, and we're not complaining, by the way. I don't hate it. That's the funny thing. Me, I don't even hate that idea. I think it's nice. I think it's nice. But the point is that you who haven't even tried that at home should not be the one teaching me about opening up my space. And this should not be difficult. But again, if you don't think about home like a place where you're supposed to go, home is supposed. Why do you think of your home and all that comes to your mind is a cemetery? Your home is not meant to be your cemetery. It's meant to be built and inhabited. Build your home. Don't die before you go home. And no, Yoruba land is not your home because you have told us that you don't care about us and we are not complaining. All right. Having said that, a little politics before we move to the topic of today. No, but seriously, somebody said child. No, it's true. Why do you think of home? I know you're thinking about his burial. Why? Not even retirement. It used to be retirement before, but now it's even burial. Why? Build the home. There's no place in Nigeria that God has not blessed. There's none. Comparative advantage. There are certain things I have, you don't have. Some things you have, I don't have, which is okay. Build. Everywhere constituting nuisance, everyone shouting, we have rights. Like I said, speak long enough or loud enough, people are going to tell you that you don't have rights. What you have is left. And they will show you where that left is. All right. Moving on. 2 videos from the former governor of Ekiti State, and they will bring people up. Take a listen to this. It's true. It is well. Take a listen to former governor Adola Fayose.
For second time.
Let's start again from the beginning.
To endorse publicly without reservation the President and Commander of the Armed Forces President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for second term. And equally, because that is the reason why we are here, and to endorse our own governor, humility personified, our own governor, Abayomi Oyebanji, and his deputy bow for second term. Your Excellency, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Let me boldly say this gathering is unique. This gathering is unique. This is the first time Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ima pariwo. Gómìnà ni gómìnà ń jẹ́. Old model and new model. Your Excellency, this is a unique gathering because all the former governors of these states, the leaders of these states, the National Assembly members of these states, all the people that matters, unanimously, including myself, Oshoko, without hiding anywhere, I'm not a member of this party, and I will never be. Stand here to say that I am the record holder. I am the record holder of the results from the election. I defeated the last person. I don't mention names. I'm a gentleman. In the whole of the 16 local government areas, 16. Okoto lọ́jọ́ yẹn ni. Mo dẹ̀ tún náà wọ́n ní 158 wards. I defeated them roundly. Wọ́n dẹ̀ congratulate me. Ṣùgbọ́n mo máa bọ́ gbogbo oyè yẹn. Màá bọ́ sọ́run báwò. Who will for the first time again become the record holder to win in all the 16 local governments of Ekiti and win in all the 177 wards of Ekiti? That is taken for granted. But when we get to the field, we will contest and we will see each other on the field. I want to...
I mean, there's a lot he still has to say, but essentially he's endorsing Oyebamiji for second term and also President Tinubu for second term. Meanwhile, he made it very clear that he's not going to be a member of APC. He remains in PDP, but he supports the president. I think he's playing a wiki, which is quite interesting. There was another interview that he granted where he spoke Yoruba. I'd like to play that one, and then we will bring people up. So if you'd like to come up, please send your request. Once this is done, I'm going to bring everyone up. Thank you very much. Take a listen to this.
Dada. Torí èmi obìnrin dada. Torí èmi mo lọ sọ́dọ̀ Aṣíwájú lẹ́ẹ̀mejì. Mo lọ ní December. Mo wá nígbà Iléyá. Nígbà tán tó ń kárí pé ẹnìkan wọ́n ní lóun fẹ́ ṣe governor, ó fẹ́ ṣe báyìí. Aṣíwájú ń bì, sí president ń bì. Lóun mẹ́ni yẹn, ń gbọ́ rí. Òṣòkòbù ti sọ fún ẹ pé ẹnìyẹn la máa dúró tì, bí ọdún la máa dúró tì. Mo tún di ìbí ní tí mo lọ yìí. Lóṣòkòbù tí màá máa tàn ẹni mo ní ọmọlúàbí yẹn la máa dúró tì. Torí ẹ̀ ló jẹ́ iṣẹ́ interview ń bẹ́ẹ̀. Pé nǹkan tó sọ fún mi dì yìí o. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ máa tán rẹ̀ jẹ́. Mo mọ obìnrin kan báyìí. Bèbèjì méjèèjì ló ti kú ayé Kẹ́hìndé sí kọ́ ayé ilé kó. Ìlòwú sí kọ́ ayé l'Àbújá. Òun nìkan la dẹ̀ máa ń rí. Ṣùgbọ́n ká gbé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Mo ti sọ fún yín pé ọgbọ́n tó gbé táwa fi ṣe gómìnà gbà yẹn kò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ fi new deal. Ìtò fọ́nì jù sà nínú ẹgbẹ́ APC sà èmi ò lè bá wọn ṣe o but style wọn gbé wọn ó dẹ̀ ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ àwọn ní tiwọn sà leader sọ pé ní o kì í ṣe pé wọ́n wá débẹ̀ lọ́ máa jà o bí tẹgbẹ́ wa o ẹgbẹ́ wa báyìí ànígbà ni o alúta la wa ṣùgbọ́n ní APC bí mo ṣe mọ̀ wọ́n kí ni leader sọ bàtọ́mọ̀ mi son mi ṣáwọn òṣègbè rí ó lé APC lòún fẹ́ ṣe ọ̀nà rí o ṣùgbọ́n jẹ́ sọ fún ẹ o nínú ẹgbẹ́ àwọn APC kì í ṣe irú style tiwa o wọ́n máa sọ fún ẹ ní pé àwọn táwọn fẹ́ nì tí wàhálà ẹ bá fẹ́ pọ̀ wọ́n á bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ẹni wọ́n á bẹ́ẹ̀ gbé ẹ sí reserve bench tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n injury ò ní san láíláí so for me gbogbo àwọn tó ń di camp àwọn yẹn ò lè gbà kẹ́ bẹ́gbẹ́ wọn jẹ́ o mo mọ̀ wọ́n dáadáa wọ́n á sọ pé má bẹ́gbẹ́ jẹ́ àfẹ́rú ẹ̀ ń bí ni o ó dé bá comply you comply wọn dẹ̀ kì í jẹra wọn lẹ́sẹ̀ wọn dìtẹ̀ leader wọn máa wà careful ni so ẹni tó bá fẹ́ lọ sí APC wàhálà tẹ̀ mí lọ́bì kankan mọ́ mo ti wá mọ́tò níbi tí mo wà yìí kàkà bẹ́ẹ̀ I will remain the husband of my wife let me leave it for that way àti bímọ tó ti dàgbà kì í ṣàwá ló yẹ ká tún lọ máa jẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lórí fíìdì mọ́ I don't want that anymore ẹgbẹ́ tó bá ti máa tá a jẹ́ tara wa tó jẹ́ pé báyìí ẹnu leader ò ká wọn kí wọ́n lẹ̀kan ráre.
Right, Your Excellency, before we throw the line open, rather,
Someone on YouTube, I'll respond to what you have to say. So that's Oshoko talking about APC and PDP. Before I bring people up, just a couple more things. So I saw a document, I just remembered right now. It's a report on taxes collected by FIRS for the month of June 2025 to the FAC meeting holding on 16th July 2025. On behalf of the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, I am delighted to present to the Federation Account Allocation Committee details of the performances of the scheduled taxes of the service for the month of June 2025 as attached in appendices 1 to 3 A, B, and C. I just want to read something that's quite interesting. So they had a budget for the month for PPT hydrocarbon tax to be 436 billion. 833,333,333, but they got 355 billion, 994 million. I won't go into all the details. Anyway, I'm just going to say it this way. They were expecting about 436 billion, but they only were able to get just about 355 billion naira, which means they didn't get to where they were expecting, so they missed it by 80 billion. But tax on gas, they were expecting 56 billion, 666,667. But instead of 56 billion, they were able to realize 223 billion. So they got over 166 billion more than what they were expecting on tax on gas. On company income, they didn't get as much. They were expecting 163 billion. They got about 59 billion. But on company income tax, non-oil, they were expecting 592 billion, but they got 1,648 billion. That's 1,055 billion. Now, sorry, this number is something, 1,648 million. 1,648 billion, 428 million, 273,762. And on stamp duties, they were expecting 20 billion, they got 13. On VAT, they were expecting 508 billion, they got 524. On VAT on import, that's VAT on non-import. VAT on import, they got 153 instead of 137 billion. And on electronic money transfer, they got 30 billion instead of 20 billion. So what they were expecting was 1 billion. Sorry, what they were expecting in total for the month was 1,941 billion, 416 million, 666,667. But what they got was 3,298 billion, 873 million, 800,000, 877. So they got more than 1 trillion more than what they were expecting. All right. Just to tell you that nobody say everything does scatter. So they said, I'll just go to the last part because a lot of fantastic things there. It says the total amount collected for Federation, VAT, TML, this performance is higher than 2025 monthly target of 1,941,000. And I hope I'm calling this thing not rightly, because the way they write this figure, the 00 done too long. But like I said, we also go school, so we remember how it's in the point is that they actually got more than they were expecting for the month of June. So that's something to celebrate. So when people tell you that Nigeria is not working, always remind them to always be specific about the part of Nigeria they're talking about. Honestly, may not be like say we talk that thing, we don't give you anything to prove our point. I could play one video from somebody for Anambra. Her name now Mrs. Angel Johnson. And she has one fantastic thing to tell us. Please take a listen to this.
I prefer Akpoya Club Street because in Anya, almost all the places, hotels, even the modern Abia, although Eba Club are the good man, I usually do that thing where Malia. And now, Akpoya Bakaleke Street, Omelu, the place is so inferior. The modern people will be there. Now, how the whole responsible. But Akpoya Club Street, Onyamna, then a man or idea be such, it may be immoral life. So I prefer Akpoya Club Street so that onye na-abịa ọma na ihe ọ na-abịa bụ ịgba club. But then mma achọkwa di ma na ikulu bụ onye wepụta mma achọkwa ka enwee gọọmenti meelia because ọ dịrọ easy mmadụ ị na-eme street and we maintain no the name. So mma achọkwa ka enwee something, maybe a monument or something anyị enye di man anyị ejima na onye dị etu a bụ ihe bidolu the club street.
Before now, people doesn't know the meaning or why it was named Abakaliki.
To me.
All right. So if in the Abakaliki, the sound I say they inferior, say now just small people. Well, club of course may sound like it's immoral, but she still prefers Club Street to Abakaliki. Abakaliki don't suffer. But people, may God have mercy and elevate you so that you can actually do well, because this intra issue they plenty, but God will see you through in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's bring people up. We'll have your reactions and then we'll move to the topic of today. So I'm going to bring the person. There's somebody here. I'm going to bring you up. Please mute us. Okay, you don't have to mute. Just go ahead and contribute, and then we'll move on. Please be on TikTok. Don't stop our tapping, please. 92K. Let's get this to 120K on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, everyone, please on YouTube, kindly like the live. Thank you very much. All right, Raju, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for what you do. And we appreciate it from this end. And just like we've all agreed that the problem in Nigeria, particularly, let's say the urban side of Nigeria, is cultural incompatibility. And I've made the case over and over. And I think it is important for Yoruba people to know that you don't need anybody to tell you what is right or what is wrong. Just go and check your history, look at what your elders have said, and what is your definition of unity. Because what I see in Nigeria is that you see somebody like Rufai Hussein trying to say, oh, we need unity in Nigeria, let us stop tribalism. A lot of people have said this even before the 1960 wars. You cannot formulate unity on your head because what you want might be probably different from what other people want. And I think the problem in Lagos particularly, it's becoming a generational issue that people don't want to respect boundaries. And just like you have three options, and in any society you move to, it's either you isolate yourself, integrate or assimilate. And assimilation process usually take long. And the funny thing is that most of the generations of the people of Southeastern extraction today, let's say from 1970s when they came back from the war, I think this will be the third generation. The third generation should be in the process of assimilation. So I'll give a classical example. when there was war in Eastern Europe, the fall of Yugoslavia, you get to see that a lot of Eastern Europeans moved to places like Germany. So what they did over time, they still bear their names, but they've integrated, the first generation integrated. Before I left Germany some years ago, I think they've had their second generation. Most of them are assimilating. Some still own their East European names, but if you see their dealings and everything, and some of them have German name by the side, and most of them even marry amongst the Germans. But what we have among the East is that there is a people more conservative in another people's land. And when you have those kind of situations, you create a parallel society. So the thing is, I would sum it by saying it's a cultural thing. Last week, I was watching even Edo saying something. You know, sometimes you can be saying things you think you are right, but the listener listening to you is very important. He said something like, an Igbo man is created to dominate anywhere they find themselves. Yeah. So retrospectively, as a sociologist, I find it a little bit, a level of low level of intelligence, because when you move to a new place, the people, the natives there do not hold you their allegiance to submit to your own culture. It is you that hold them allegiance of submitting to their culture. It is a very disrespectful statement, and it comes from a place of arrogance and low self-esteem, because if you don't respect people and you, in fact, even the native don't need to respect you to start with. You were the one that went there to say you want to be beneficiary of the public good. And if you do not want to integrate, if your position is that you want to isolate, they reserve the right not to share the public good with you. I'll give you a classical example in Germany. And I think we have a lot of people that have gone to 4 walls of school. And but see, I have to tell you, I know that you might not, I don't know, maybe you study sociology. I am a sociologist. That was what I did in my first and my second degree. Everything you say, I understand it to the later. And it is interesting, like somebody of your kind keep echoing every day. Nigerians just understand the term integration, assimilation, and isolation. They leave those concepts and they run to the, Awolowo call it once, so he said they replace their thinking with passion. So because of the zeal and ideal narrative of unity, they run away with the cogent issue, then start gaslighting people, asking real questions that they are disloyal to the unity of Nigeria. So I think our people need to...
Please wrap up.
So to submit, Yoruba people in general do not owe immigrants. They need to know that they are immigrants to start with, because they don't even know, because they feel like being one Nigeria gives them the authority to be part and parcel of the society. And I don't know how that really works. Today now, that I would appreciate if you can share me the video of where this Oputa's son said Lagos is no man's land. I really want to watch it, because it's now a culture to them to believe that Lagos is no man's land. It's a cemented ideology, and it's now left for us as the people to act in kind. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that submission. So I'm going to bring one more person up. I think someone is trying to come up. Please, if you want to come up, let me just say it now. If you want to come up, please send your request now, so that we don't have, I want to respond to Kotonso, and then it now takes us a long time. Please, if you're on TikTok, let's get this thing to 120K. Let's like the live. Thank you very much. So if you want to speak, please send your request now. Once I bring the people up now, we may not be able to bring other people up because of time. Okay, please try and understand. All right, we have 3. Thank you very much. So just bring this up, and then we'll move on. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute, so that we don't have a lot of, don't have a lot of noise, not have cacophony. Please mute. Thank you. NBA, please mute. I think Richard was trying to come up earlier. Okay, please, nobody, don't send requests again. Okay, thank you very much. I heard about leasing land and not total purchase. I don't know if you have talked about it. Yeah, we did. It's also difficult to mute, though. Please. I like the sound, Sha. Yeah, even dropped by himself. Why did you not come up? It is well. We'll talk about it, buddy. All right, let's have MBA, and then we'll go to other speakers. Hello, MBA. Good afternoon. Deactivated, please go on.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Like I always say on this platform, I said an average Yoruba should be more be aware of being self-preservative, much more than he used to be, because honestly, I have a skill of observation, and I've actually been observing those people who call our neighbors, though they might be our neighbor in terms of country, but their intention towards us is really bad. Honestly, I'm on a platform, and I am entitled to my own opinion. So, just talking about this Charlie boy of a thing that is actually going on viral. That was the place I actually grew up. And this place, honestly, I didn't even see Charlie boy contribution around this place at all. Most of what he normally do there is all these shenanigans and stuff like that, which never actually, which never actually enhanced the glory of that place. Brought his shenanigans of bicycle, those power bike and stuff like that. There was even a particular time that the Okada people were actually challenging the NUR, the bigger Okada, and he came there, that nobody recognized. He wants to actually be fighting. So they have to pursue him. So there is nothing that actually make him that he actually contributed in that regard, because that's a place I know very well, very close to that place. Even my family have a property in that place. And I grew up in Lagos. I can say more of that place. So these people, it's because of their hatred, and they always develop this kind of hatred. And as I begin to wind down, honestly, these people have hatred in it, and they are looking for who to join them. And they've been buying some out of some of my own Yoruba people. So we have to be very aware. And the formula they use is this: to criticize this government so that you can buy their hatred ideas towards your person. And after they've gained what they want, every one of you who are called Yoruba, they will now use that hatred to actually inflict on you. Be very conscious of your environment. I have seen it repeatedly. It's not about governance. It's about hatred. I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deactivated. I really appreciate that submission. So, MBA, please, your turn.
Thank you very much, my brother. I was busy talking earlier on, not knowing that I had forgotten to unmute myself. Is there any specific topic for today, or are we on the?
No. We're just talking about the news. Then we're going back to Awo.
To Awo.
Yeah. So we're just talking right now. We're discussing the news, not the topic. Just the news. What we've talked about so far, we're just discussing it, and then we'll move on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What has happened about Awo?
Nothing. Okay. This session, today's topic is Awolowo's path, part 5 today. Okay. But first, we discuss the news. Yes. So you are up here to discuss the news, like any of the news items that we've talked about. You can, yeah.
Yes. If I may move on the theme of the man in Bagada, formerly Bagada, Charlie Boy. Some of us are old enough to remember precisely when Charlie Boy came back to this country. It was in the mid-80s. He essentially was just a rich man's son, where his father was one of the justices of the Supreme Court. And he returned to Nigeria of the 80s in Lagos, where being a middle-class returnee from abroad buys you a lot of immediate acceptance in society. So he came, I think, even according to him, I read one of his interviews, he attended the shrine and saw how well Fela was doing. And then he decided he was going to be a musician.
Sorry, does anybody know any of his songs?
But this is where I'm going. You have removed this thing from my. You removed this thing.
Sorry, I apologize.
You see, he himself explained. There's an interview that I found in Guardian many years ago, where he explained that it was just because he attended Fela's shrine, and he saw how well Fela was doing, and then he told himself, why can't I become a musician? He's not a musician. There was this Yoruba friend of mine who I said, no, you shouldn't have removed him. He's a musician, he's an artist, and people are saying he's not a positive influence on society. But Fela himself was not a positive influence on society. I said, how can you even dare compare Fela and Anikulapo Kuti with the same sentence with Charlie Boy? Charlie Boy is not a musician. Can anybody remember as we speak now? I give everybody a challenge. Spend 5 minutes. Try and see if you can recall anything that Charlie Boy sang. You won't. And they say he's an artist. Try. I'll give you 10 minutes. Think of any installation, artist production that Charlie Boy has done. No, again, he's just the son of a Supreme Court judge who leveraged on his father's connection and his father's acceptance in society, much respected among the middle class of Nigeria because of his Supreme Court status. And he leveraged, and I'm not holding any grudges against him. If you can, from not being a musician and not being an artist, convince people, an entire nation, that you are a musician and an artist, that itself is worth giving you some kudos for. But that's not a reason to let him get away with what he did to the Yoruba people. And this is a theme that we should seriously think about. Many of the Igbos that are our friends, we attended the same schools with, from primary school to secondary school to university, many of them in our churches, in our neighborhoods. They are, for all intents and purposes, our peers and our friends. But when it comes to politics, it becomes what belongs to you is mine as well, but what belongs to me is my own. That's the attitude to it. And they always want to have one up against us. Come back to this world 2075. Come back to this world 2085. If any Yoruba interest is up in politics, the Igbos will be in the opposite direction. They will, without any doubt, always be Fulani over and above us. So I don't mind the core Igbo land doing that. What I mind is someone like Charlie Boy, who drank with us, who sang with us, who jived with us, who, got our acceptance. They even just called his bus stop, just like that, not officially, but it became Charlie Boy bus stop. They let him get away with criminal conduct to Yoruba neighbors because we saw him as that same person turned around and became one of the most rabid anti-Yoruba. That to me is unforgivable. And forget. I think that's something we should not forgive and forget easily. So yeah, the Charlie Boy has been appropriate, like we say in Yoruba, ati change oruko yen ati change ni. Nobody is going to change it back. Not in our lifetime. If he wants another bus stop somewhere, he can apply through the normal routes. But we've done that one, we've done it. And it's important to do it. I thank that man in Bariga who has done it. Because if people don't see, human beings are very much ruled by shadow punishment. If they don't see a shadow punishment on people like Charlie Boy, they will do worse at the next election, and people calculate very well whether they really want to tick off their hosts or not. They shouldn't be granted a frivolous and blank check to disrespect their hosts and get away with it. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, NBA. Thank you for your submission. That was really good. And what you said is actually quite interesting. And I'm not saying he has not sang a song, because I know it was Payman Chairman at the time, but I really sincerely, I do not remember any. Interesting, I still remember songs by Chris Okotie. I stopped singing a long time ago. So I wonder how come. Sorry, but for you, what he said earlier, let's just quickly do a little. Does anybody this is not, I just want to know, maybe it's just me because I grew up on Don Moen and Sonny Ade and Ebenezer Obey and Haruna Shola. Does anybody here know any song by this great, powerful person who has impacted Yoruba land so much? I just want to know, maybe I need to also work on my taste. He dabbled in Afrobeat. His song 1990 was an attempt at Afrobeat. Portable Better Abba.
Portable Better, as much reservation as I have about Portable Better, you must remember his first song at least. If you don't remember any other one, Zazu.
All right, thank you very much. Let's Mbo. Thank you very much for being here. He featured with Blackface one time. Really? I mean, what I know him for was Zoom. He had this TV show with Tunde Obe where they would interview different people, and it was really quite nice. But I don't remember. I don't, which is quite interesting considering, he was P-Man Chairman. But I don't think you need songs to be P-Man Chairman, to be honest, because Rosiji was also P-Man Chairman and he was not a musician. So, but I remember Zoom. I also remember his bikes. And let me say something. There's nothing wrong with him even having a bus stop. But since you think we are all Mumu, why would you want to have a bus stop in Mumu land? That's the point. Say we are all okay, it's okay. Say everything you want to say about us, but there will be consequences. All right. So, but thank you very much for coming up, MB. I really appreciate your submission. We're going to go back to Awo now. But before we do that, please, if you're on TikTok, let's part up as aggressively as possible. Sorry. This earpiece, Today's one is something else. He's more popular on the streets with his way of life than as a musician. Oh, okay. I mean, it was big with his bike, to be honest, right? It was quite big with his bike. Radio father and things like that. And it looks good for his age as well. I mean, he has some good things going for him, but it doesn't speak like somebody who understands cultural integration or assimilation. I think for him, it's not even his fault. It's a cultural thing where he's from. Anywhere you go, you are everybody's bosses. Just that when we go back to your home, we don't really see the basis of your arrogance. Shame. Thank you for the gift. And yes, we should do that as well. Please, if you're on TikTok, click on the heart icon here. And please join the team. If you're a member of the team, drop gifts. Let's get this on the FYP even much more. And on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. On Facebook as well, like. On Twitch, I'm going to spend, once I'm done, I'm going to spend some time on Twitch to even understand it a bit better so that I understand how it works. But I'm glad you're here. And I hear that many young people are on Twitch, so that's why I'm here. I'm here because of the young people. I'm going to see if I can put on a device, put on the app on another device and just monitor. But thank you for being here, okay? And if there's anything you think I should be doing, please let me know so that I can also interesting. It's a different word, Shao. It's a different word. Yeah, so we'll see what it looks like. Hopefully we can get young people to also see what we're talking about. But let me wrap up this section by saying this before we go to the topic of today. All of this has nothing to do with hate, jealousy, or any of these childish excuses that people bring up. Nothing about that. Whereas everything to do with self-preservation and self-respect. If you have a problem with your, some people have self-esteem issues, and so they have to pander, even if they have to disrespect their own household and family members, then you've got to listen. If you're a Yoruba person, be fair to all, but you've got to understand what it means to preserve your space. Yoruba land is open, Nigerian or wherever you are. If you're a human being, you can live in Yoruba land and thrive, and do everything you want to do. But we expect that, number one, you are law-abiding. We also, because that's what everybody talks about, but the real thing that we really expect is that you will understand the simple maxim: when you're in Rome, behave like Romans. While I was talking here, somebody wrote something on YouTube, one of the videos, not the live, one of the YouTube videos. I'd like to quickly read that, just to let you know the people you are. And by the way, let no man say it's just one person. It's not about a personal thing. Again, like I always say, it's a pattern you notice, right? So it's cultural more than it's personal. It says, let me see. I'm going to say, what? I can't even find it again. There are many other stuff now. The long and short of what he was trying to say is that he's Igbo and he's not going to change. Okay, I found it. I am an Igbo man. We are not going to change for any person or group. We must live our lives fully within the law in any civic, legislative, or political space we share. We share the idea of balkanizing Nigeria. We are different from each other. Who cares about resentment? Okay. So that's how you know retarded. This person is a retard. Because the idea, nobody is saying that you should not live in people's spaces. Nobody is saying that anybody hates you. But if you've had, by the way, the person is commenting under the video, why Southern Cameroon tried to expel the Igbos in 1948. If people are complaining about something in 2025 that others complained about in the 1930s and 1948, do you not think there's something fundamentally wrong with you? How can everybody be complaining about one group and you think it's everybody's fault? It's amazing. Like there's no sense of responsibility, there's no need to change, there's no accountability, it's all the people's problems. It's not like that now. So if you're Yoruba, the point is not for you to go around and say, oh, I hate Igbos or I'm against Igbos. I'm not against Igbos. The point is just that, like I always say, I don't hate you, but I love me and I love mine. So I love everybody, but like Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. So I love my own, but I love others, but I love mine. And if you're a parent, you would know this. No matter how much love you have for all the children in your street, your primary responsibility, your priority must be your own children. If you're a sensible human being as well, you know this. I won't come out and say I won't come also on like your family is your priority before you think of other people's families. But you also love other people's families. But even when you are in your you have to. So you cannot now leave family and be looking for Matanawebi. Love everybody, but you have a duty to your own space. And it's very clear we're different people in Nigeria, and that's okay. It's not bad. It's not even divisive. And I've said several times, the most uniting factor that will make Nigeria one is the understanding that we are different. See, this whole thing of we are one that we're doing, that's the thing that will break us. The way to make us one is the acknowledgement of the fact that we are different. Once we understand that, you know what will happen? Our structures will be built along that reality or around that reality. Everything we do will be built around that reality. And before you know what's happening, we'll make progress. But the idea that we are one, let's force it. You are trying to engineer an outcome, even though the process is telling you that this thing is not going to work. So you are going to be doing this from 1960 to 2025. no appreciable progress. And like Albert Einstein said, in his own definition of insanity, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Just understand the fact that we are different. And the way I want to run my home, you may want, and by the way, let me end by saying this. The people who are saying that you must open your own house for them, they close their own house back home. The little they have, they guard it with their lives. This is a place where, as a girl, you don't even have access to inheritance, let alone, even the boys, you have to be firstborn. There's a way, for interesting way they do their own, but, which again is their culture. But here, there's a way we have to do it. God bless everybody. Prof, we have this Igbo association making a huge amount of Esusu to buy the remaining Yoruba stand. Let them bring the money. And I know you are probably Igbo as well. Please bring the money. There's nothing to try and stop what? Bring the money now. You throw the money in a basket, you never get anything back. Go and raise the money to buy the rest of Yoruba land, since all of you are fugitives. You've been cursed. You're a vagabond. I'm talking to you specifically. You're a vagabond. You have been cursed, so you can't go back home. You're supposed to roam the earth. Fascinated by the idea of buying other people's places, because you are cursed to roam the earth. You guys think this is funny? This is how your parents were talking that got some of them killed in the 60s. Keep being stupid, since it's generational for you. You buy Yoruba land. They put all your family, all your ethnic group, they put all the things that you have, including the one that you go from fake products. It's not going to even buy a street. Going to buy, what do they even mean when they say this nonsense? They're going to buy Kinecon, they're going to buy, how can that be your dream as a person? I still don't get it. How can the apex, the apex of your dream is to own other people's spaces? What kind of retardation is this? Like when you sit down and you're thinking of, I want to show that I have money, is when I buy, not when I make my place great. What kind of mindset is this? You have to think of home. There's nothing wrong in thriving abroad. But as a human being, should you not be thinking of what you're going to give to your children? What your parents gave you that you can give to your children, then you can make it better, and no plan for home. Just be walking around like vagabonds. Keep walking. I hope you arrive at your destination, because it's nowhere. In case you don't understand that English, your destination is nowhere. So my only hope is that you arrive at that place sometime. All right, there's news before we move to the topic of today. Breaking news. Street name change. Etiosa local government joins other local governments to change some street names in Lagos State. Sequel to our earlier publication on street naming and revalidation in Etiosa local government, this is to notify the general public that the aforementioned old street names have been revoked and renamed. As such, the council wishes to inform the general public that the old street names have been renamed and replaced with the new ones as listed below. Tony Amadasun Road is now Chief Femi Pedro. Dr. Udo Wogu Drive is now Chief Adebola Dosumo. Augusta Oji Street is now Alaji Adio Mayegun. Chike Mba Close is now Honorable Sikiru Ashorota. Ugochukwu Oji Street is now Barrister Wale Sonny. Fubara Dublin Green Street is now Rafiu Olukolu. And the first one is in Igwefon. The second is Chevy View. Third one is Aro Ologolo Road, Osapa London, Igwefon, and last one is Igwefon. I said something earlier. I said we're just beginning. I can assure you we are just getting started. So we've had Ajeromi Felodun, we've had Bariga LCDA. This is Etiosa local government, and we still have some name changes. But it's not about the names alone. We are changing everything. By the time we are done, Eru Mamore Leru, Iwofa Mamore Ni Iwofa. So that's happening. That's from Etiosa local government. And am I proud? Absolutely. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. All right. Somebody was trying to ask a question. Please ask your question, Yoruba, because we need to move. Somebody says we need to be separate. Separate is the only solution. We are not one and can never be. Nah, that's not the only solution. That's not the only solution.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I actually want to play the recording. If you can just bear with me. I know we're against time, but I need to play this recording.
You said you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah. I'm going to ask a question, but it's based on the. But if you don't have the time, I can leave it. I can.
How long is it?
A very short recording.
It's past 5.
A very short recording.
No, like, is it 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 seconds?
Like about less than a minute. I'm not going to play all of it. So.
Okay.
But just the point about the Lagos thing.
All right.
I'm sorry, what is wrong with it? Sorry about this. The volume's gone off for some reason. I don't know what's wrong. Oh, gosh. And I really need to play this.
Maybe when you find it then.
Yeah, when I find it, I'll ask you to bring me up. All right, thank you.
All right then.
Or you
later after the session.
If you leave me on, and then when I can play it, I'll play it. So that you don't have to bring me up again.
No. Once I go into this session, I'm changing the topic. So maybe when we now come back later in the day, like I'm moving away from the news, we're going into the topic of today. Unless what you want to say has something to do with Awolowo.
Has to do with ownership of Lagos.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
All right, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So we're just starting. We're just getting started. So yesterday, Charlie Boy, in the interview we listened to earlier, he said Lagos is no man's land. Well, the owners of the land are now telling you that all those Okoro, Mbisi, Olu, whatever name that you find in Lagos, everything, every single one of them. And it's not based on hate. It's based on self-preservation and self-respect. If there are other news coming up, I shall let you know. All right. Okay. All right. So our friends and brothers and sisters from other parts of Nigeria, thank you very much for being great neighbors, right? We will call you neighbors, but some will call them strangers because they move mad. So if you neighbor ará àdúgbò àmà pè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé hàn pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá categorize in 3 ways. Categorization can be in 3 ways. So you have àwọn ọmọ onílùú, àwọn ọmọ ìlú bẹ̀, then you have àwọn ará bẹ̀, then you have àwọn àlejò, then you have àjòjì. All right, let's get into the topic. It's past 5, which is what we can do in the next 1 to 2 hours. But I'm really glad. It's not tribalism when it was changed from Pedro to Charlie. You want to narrate what happened yesterday about the bus stop? No, I already brought you up. You did not speak. We have to move on. Thank you very much. I brought you up, you didn't speak. Maybe it was your network or something, but it's already past 5. We have to go now. Thank you. Maybe tomorrow or much later. But maybe when we're done, was okay, you can always say something. All right, we're going to the class bit. That was the news bit. This is the class bit. And we're talking about Awolowo's path. We started discussing Papa last week. And normally I would just get into his politics and we'll just, because that's what's actually exciting about Papa's story for the most part. Generally speaking. But you see, the truth is that if you want to really know a person, it's beyond their politics, it's about and there's nothing wrong with just discussing their politics. I've done that before and I still do it. But I think it's important to actually get into how the person, sorry, I have to mute this clown. Why are they changing Maryland to Awuland? That's your business. When you change your name to Wisdom, you guys will Emma Swekun Eswanje. Ma Sukun Kribi Egbere ni. You bá tó pé ọmọ nílùú òun fẹ́ ó tú. Àwọn eléyìí on bìkítà ẹ bá dàlúrú kò kàn wọ́n. Don't worry. Whichever one wants to change will change. And you will cry about it. And you tell your children about it. And by the time we're done, whatever it is that you tell your children about Kaduna, you say it about Yoruba land as well. But we are praying, and the plan is not to do to you what was done to you in the north, but to do to you what needs to be done, but in a classier way. By the time we're done, you understand the saying in Yoruba land, if you don't have a shosho, all right, we're talking about Awo. We went through how he was born, when he was born, his parents. Every day they complain about the coastal highway. What do you expect from Egbere? Ajangbo, and you're angry. Kideko machito bagbo. Somebody on YouTube, I used to mistake him for Loverboy, Felix Liberty, until I was able to differentiate the two of them. Charlie Boy got no hit at all, which is well with him and his family. All right, let's get back into this. So we've been talking about Awolowo, and we've talked about how he was born. He was born in March 6, 1909. By now, everybody should know that. And I was saying that normally we'll just jump straight to his politics, but I wanted to, get some things out there about how he was born, his struggles through school, how he was able to acquire education, how difficult things were. And the reason for that is because when you understand that, then it becomes easy for you to get why he was so passionate about education when he became the premier. And so that is connected to his past. And so we're trying to understand everything. Well, not everything because of time, but at least something more than just politics. Okay? So we talked about his schooling, we talked about his challenges, and how he eventually finished primary school in 1926 at the age of 17. And also how he went to Wesley College, Ibadan. We talked about the things that he did to even finish that primary school. He had to work as houseboy in 4 different places. He had to sell wood and sell firewood and fetch water and, work as a laborer. Just did all kinds of things to be able to make money to get to school. And also to say that there was some very interesting thing that happened that I talked about some days ago, where he said after he graduated in 1926, he couldn't celebrate because he thought about it like some of his mates at Kenya had finished in 1922 or 23. And, but the funny thing is that you never know tomorrow, right? So a person might be very low right now, doesn't mean that will be the end. And so it's important for you not to also lose hope, regardless of what's happening at the moment. The person who couldn't finish school because his dad died and who took a long time to finish primary school eventually became he is the most brilliant mind as far as politics is concerned on the continent of Africa. I said it. Thank you very much for listening. Now let's get to the topic. By the way, his peers also knew it. So it's not, and this is not about kine. It's like, say, for instance, up until right now, who is the most efficient DG of NAFDAC? Can anybody write it? The one that is trying, she's doing well. But in Nigeria's history, who is the most efficient DG of NAFDAC? Can anybody write in the comment section? Maybe we don't even agree on this thing. Who knows? But just in case, probably share the same thoughts. Does anybody mind typing? If you don't mind, I want to make sure I'm engaging, that we're on the same page. We're all here together. Someone says Dora Quinley. Exactly. She's Dora. Thank you. We don't even have to think about it twice. All of us will agree it's Dora Quinley. The most efficient DG of NAFDAC is Dora Quinley. It might change tomorrow, but for now, that's what we have. It's the same way the most important, the most relevant political thought leader in Africa's history is Awolowo. Just wanted to put that out there. Thank you very much for understanding. Now let's move on quickly. Again, our main text for this session is Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And yesterday we stopped at how he left. Okay, so we stopped at how he left his employ as a journalist and he became a freelance journalist. So when he was done when he was in primary school, he got an opportunity to work to school at Wesley College. Oh, sorry, I have to change the audio source, please. This thing's about to go off. Just give me a second, please. I should say a moment. All right. Dora contested for Senate in 2011 in Anambra and lost. It still doesn't change the fact that she was the best DG of NAFDAC. She was so good, even our own family, our own people tried to kill her several times. I mean, nothing can have. I mean, our legacy is intact. It's because of people like that that we know that there are some smart people in some places. And we thank God for her, people like Ukpabi Asika, who I mentioned a lot. Thank God for folks like that, like them. They eventually did. No, they didn't. They didn't do it to her. They did it to her husband eventually, which is sad. But at least, no, she died of. She had cancer, I think. All right. So very, very quickly, without having to go back. Yeah, we also mentioned yesterday how he met Dr. Azikiwe for the very first time. It was in 1934. Azikiwe was giving a speech in Lagos, 3 schools. He had returned to Nigeria and he was, making speeches. And I was there to cover it as a journalist. And of course, Azikiwe was known for big words, He was a good orator, according to Papa, but he used words that, it was also somebody who would sometimes reel out certain credentials that you couldn't even substantiate his claims. Not different from go and verify, go figure. So that's that about how they met, and also that he spoke in 1934 at Methodist Boys High School, and then at Faji School and Asarudin School, Alakoro. Move on very quickly into NYM. We're going to get into NYM very soon. Again, some of these readings may be like, oh, let's just talk about the real stuff. We're trying to know him. Okay, so the reading is not boring. It's part of what helps us know. This is the discipline of study. Okay, and they say that they should be putting something inside a book. That's why they from sending people. But they're not talking about us because we will read it, Abi. Yeah, let's read. Though we were all members, let's go back just a little bit. All right. Though we were all members of the Nigerian Youth Movement, there was the Daily Service, which was the official organ of the movement, fighting for survival against the onslaught of Dr. Azikiwe, brought Mr. N.S. Ikoli, Chief H.O. Davis, Chief S.L. Akintola, the Premier of the Western region of Nigeria, and me instantly together. Mr. Ikoli and Chief H.O. Davis practically slaved for the paper on salaries of £5, £15, and £12.10 respectively. and they were paid these paltry sums only when there was enough money in the paper's coffers. Chief Esther Akintola and I earned nothing for our part-time literary labors on the paper. The motto of the movement was selfless service, and we sincerely rejoiced in rendering such a service. Let me just quickly say something. You have to remember that this was the 1930s, and Papa and Akintola have already met. Remember this thing, okay, so that a time will come, hopefully, in this series. Hopefully, I'm not sure yet because of time, because I have to move on to, there's some other topics I'm studying again, the Willing Submission report. I'm looking at the document all over again, and I'm seeing things I did not even see the first time or the second time that I read it. So we're going to get to that very soon. So maybe we're going to stop at some point, go to that, and then come back to Awolowo and Akintola. But just remember that Akintola and Awolowo, they go way back. And this helps you to understand the kind of relationship they had before they had the fallout. Okay? So by the way, Esther Akintola and Awolowo, they were working as freelance journalists for daily service. This was in the 1930s. It was a practice in those days for people who wanted their photographs to appear in the newspapers to pay for the blocks. As a matter of principle, I declined to pay either for my photograph or for its block. I held the view that if I had to pay for these things, then I had not grown big enough for my photograph to appear in the papers. Therefore, rather than pay for it to appear, I should increase my size and stature until newspapers would themselves beg for my photographs. By the way, this man eventually went on to build or to establish a newspaper in 1949. The paper is called the Nigerian Tribune, and today it is the oldest surviving newspaper in Nigeria. It was established by Papa. So he says, in the absence of an accompanying photograph and in view of my unobtrusiveness, there were many people who attributed articles written by me under my initials O to Mr. O.A. Alakija, who was much better known than I. The first time my photograph appeared in the newspaper was when I wrote a lengthy open letter to Sir Arthur Richards, now Lord Milverton, on the proposed Richards Constitution in 1945. 11 years after I had been connected with newspapers. So he got connected with newspapers in 1934. He's writing this stuff to Sir Arthur Richards in 1945, and that was the first time it became very popular. Chief Esther Akintola was the editor of the Daily Service. Please remember these names. We're going to come back to it, especially when we start discussing things like two things. Number one, we'll start discussing Nigerian youth movement and also the Lagos Press War of 1948. You're going to remember the Daily Service and Esther Akintola. By the way, let me just say this. When you talk about oratory, Papa had it, Esther Akintola had it. And when you talk about how to get people to do certain things in politics, including propagandizing, Akintola could do it well. Some of his videos, some of the audio you still find on YouTube now. Fantastic work, okay? Brilliant journalist he was. And of course, he also was a lawyer. But let's continue. So it says Chief Esther Akintola was the editor of the Daily Service. By the way, the thing about 11 years also was to say that he started writing in 1934. He didn't gain notoriety until 1945, so it took him 11 years. Then it says, Chief Esther Akintola was the editor of the Daily Service at the time. I learned later that he secured the photograph free from a mutual friend, and he made the paper pay for the block. In other words, when it became popular, Akintola made sure that Papa's picture appeared, because back in the day, you had to pay for your picture to be on the pages of the newspaper. Again, I'm staying on these little details just to also remind us that when we get to the point where we start talking about Akintola and Awolowo, it's not be like, oh, politics happened and they just met they just met as politicians and started fighting. They go way back to the 1930s. When I was a law student in the United Kingdom, continuing my freelancing, my first published article after my arrival in the United Kingdom was on the white paper, CM 6554 of September 1944, on the marketing of cocoa. I sent it to West Africa. By return of post, I received a letter from the editor, Mr. Albert Cartwright, expressing delight at receiving my article, as well as an earnest desire to meet me. I want to see if I don't think we need to have this at this point. But what came out of this is I eventually was appointed by the British Council to do a fortnightly bulletin based on what he had sent to Cartwright. But let me just read it. We could learn a lesson from there. So it says, I sent the article to West Africa. By return of post, I received a letter from the editor, Mr. Albert Cartwright, expressing delight at receiving my article as well as an earnest desire to meet me. We became very good friends afterwards. He was old enough to be my grandfather. One second. He was old enough to be my grandfather when I met him, but he treated me with deference and affection. Mr. Cartwright was in a class by himself. Though he had spent many of his long years in South Africa, yet he possessed not even an iota of the evil traits which distinguish the average South African whites from the rest of humanity. Let me also quickly say something here. This man, two things inform this statement you just read. Number one is the fact that when they were growing up in the 20s, they were influenced by people like Abat Macaulay. And the idea of hobnobbing with white people, or even saying any good thing about white people, was like an anathema, because they were seen as, you know, so these were colonizers. One. Number two, the whites in South Africa in the 1950s were brutal to black people. And you saw that from the laws where you could drink water, the fountain, you couldn't if you're black, you know, different laws, segregation, apartheid. So when he says he did not have the evil traits which distinguished the South African whites from the rest of humanity. What he's saying basically is talking about all those gara-gara that the white South Africans used to do, that Mr. Cartwright did not have those things. I'm sorry I'm spending time to explain it, because I just want to speak and just read and then just move on like typewriter. It's important to understand things and history in context, so you don't think that he hates white people. That's not the point. All right, moving on. There was no trace of color bar or racial superiority in him. He was a versatile and almost omniscient journalist, a great authority on African affairs, and a genuine believer in and fighter for accelerated political advancement for the Africans. Mr. Cartwright set great stock on me and did all in his power to help me. He published in his papers West Africa and West African Review everything I cared to write and paid me for it. Through his unsolicited recommendation, I was appointed by the British Council to do a fortnightly bulletin of not more than 1,000 words, which I was paid £5, 5 shillings. Sorry. So he says, through his unsolicited recommendation, I was appointed by the British Council to do a fortnightly bulletin of not more than 1,000 words, for which I was paid £5, 5 pence. He taught me a lesson in humility when he appealed to me to allow him to decline the offer to write a foreword to my book, Path to Nigerian Freedom, on the ground that there was someone else worthier than himself to undertake the task. He suggested Miss Marjorie Parham, whom I had not then met, but some of whose books I had read. After I had been called to the bar, Mr. Cartwright asked to know from me whether I would be willing to consider an offer to become the editor of the Nigerian Daily Times. I respectfully told him I would not. Let me quickly explain something about Marjorie Parham. If you have that book, you should have the book, Path to Nigerian Freedom. That's Papa's first book. Everybody should have it. And I think it's available on Reading Books. But seriously, you should have that book, because it sets the tone for everything we'll ever write. He published that book in 1947. That was his very, very first book. Now, the woman who wrote the foreword to that book, or of that book, Dame Marjorie Parham, is the same one who wrote that stuff I read the other day from the Listener that was published on 20th October 1960 about the Igbos. She was the same person who supported Biafra until she traveled to Nigeria and then stopped supporting Biafra. Now let's go to the next bit. We're going to talk about his business adventures, that is entrepreneurial journey. So we know that as far as work is concerned, he had been a teacher, he had been a clerk, he had been a typist, he had been, and that's when things started getting rosy. Before then, he was we used to fetch firewood and draw water and work as laborer and work as houseboy. And did all those things. And eventually, when he finished school, worked as a teacher, worked as a typist, shorthand typist, worked as a clerk, worked as a journalist, and then now is about to go into business. So we're reading chapter 8 of Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. This book again was published in 1960. With £60 in my hands and with an additional sum of £30 from a friend who came into partnership with me, I ventured into the money lending business. I specialized in small loans ranging from £2 to £10. My main clients were civil servants who never seemed able to live within their means. For a short while, I did good business, but I didn't like it. But I didn't like its seamy side, so I abandoned it. To be honest, the money, is he in the UK at this time? No. He's still in Nigeria. This was still in the 1930s. So he didn't go to the UK until 1944. So he says here, for a short while I did good business, but I didn't like its seamy side, and so I abandoned it. To be honest, the money lending business in Nigeria outside the banking and other reputable financial institutions is a usurious undertaking. The borrowers pay exorbitant interest far in excess of the rates laid down by statute. But on the other face of the agreement, everything is legally in order. Along with money lending, I engage in public letter writing under the Illiterates Protection Ordinance. By the way, you know why he's doing all of these things? He stopped working as a journalist because they were not even paying good money. And then the paper wasn't even making as much money. Then he started working as a freelance in daily service. And that paper was paid only to people, N.F. Sekoli and H.O. Davis. And those names will come up again when you get to NYM. They are two of the four main figures of the NYM. And then you had Awolowo and Akintola working as freelance journalists without salary. Okay? So he worked as a money lender, and then he also worked as a letter writer. So he says, along with money lending, I engaged in public letter writing under the Illiterates Protection Ordinance. I did make some money from this, and I sometimes wondered why I didn't think of it when I was unemployed for 19 months in Lagos. But having abandoned money lending, I was satisfied that I could never save enough from my earnings as a public letter writer to enable me to proceed to the United Kingdom to do law. Some ideas occurred to me. Produce buying. The number of things that this man do. All right. By the way, this also will make sense when we get to when it became private. Listen, there's one lesson I learned from this book. Let me just share it with you. Every single part of your journey is important. Somehow it will come in handy. The money lender became Minister of Finance. The public letter writer wrote several books. The person who is doing produce buying had to work with Cocoa Board. Every single experience. The teacher was passionate about education. The clerk was Minister of Local Government. Everything, no matter how terrible it is, it will come in handy at some point in your life. So don't worry, whatever you're going through is part of the plan. All right, let's get back to this. It says here, I was satisfied that I could never save enough from my earnings as a public letter writer to enable me to proceed to the United Kingdom to do law. Some new ideas occurred to me. Produce buying and the motor transport business. NURTW. By the way, if you want to do politics, you better understand that those people never look down on NURTW. Don't ever call anybody Agbero, even if they are Agberoing for you. If I was able to organize this venture successfully, I would make enough money to fulfill my legal aspiration. But I did not have enough capital for the two ventures. I could tackle each separately, but it would be in a small way, and I was getting rather impatient. I contacted some of my friends and acquaintances and invited them to come into a form of partnership with me. In this way, I succeeded in raising about £650 over a period of 12 months. With the first installments from my partners, to which I added my own share, I got cracking. I operated 2 taxis and a lorry. Enter a local content research. All right. It says I operated 2 taxis and a lorry, but this line came to grief. The competition among motor transporters was cutthroat. Both the drivers and the conductors were far from being honest, and the traffic police were, to put it very mildly, a perfect nuisance. Whenever I had accompanied the lorry myself, the situation had been worse. For some inexplicable reason, the engine might give trouble, and the traffic police became more hostile than ever before. I nevertheless persevered in this venture in the hope that it would sooner or later turn out right. The produce buying side went well for a time. I dealt in cocoa, palm kernels, and cotton. There were grave hazards in dealing in these commodities. The mercantile houses to which we sold were in the habit of manipulating prices, so that there were several artificial falls or rises in price in one day. Tonnages declared for X pounds per ton, when there were cuts in prices, might still not have been fully purchased by the time the price had risen to X pounds plus 3. The same firm gave different prices to different customers, and different competing firms gave competing prices to their respective customers. When the firms competed among themselves, the African buyers reaped some advantage. But in 1937, the firms entered into an agreement to offer identical prices to all their customers at the same time. The agreement was known locally as the Cocoa Pool, and it evoked acrimonious reaction in Ghana and Nigeria, leading to the appointment in February 1938 of the Noel Commission on the marketing of West African cocoa. During the 1935-36 season, and in the midst of the worst possible price fluctuations by manipulation, I made profits, and my business associates had their due shares of profits either paid to them or plowed back into the business to swell the capital. I'll take that again. During the 1935-36 season, and in the midst of the worst possible price fluctuations by manipulation, I made profits, and my business associates had their due shares of profits either paid to them or plowed back into the business to swell their capital as they directed. The 1936-37 season witnessed the best cocoa boom for many years. There was a continuous rise in price. Business was brisk all around, and it was all too easy season to pay my associates their capital and shares of profit in full, and to enable me with strict economy to proceed to the United Kingdom to study law. But there were rosy forecasts for the 1937-38 season. Besides, I was already engaged to a beautiful damsel whom I planned to marry by the end of 1937. I therefore decided to continue in business until 1937-38 cocoa season, after which I would go to the United Kingdom accompanied by my wife. Many produce buyers at this point, Baba was still Akwa, was still a bachelor. Many produce buyers, including myself, speculated heavily and in very high spirits in preparation. By the way, what does it mean to be a produce buyer? Let me just explain. I'm sure everybody knows, but just in case you don't. So you have the farmers, then you have the corporations, the mercantile houses, the big firms. The produce buyer is the middleman between the farmer and those firms. And sometimes those firms are big enough to actually, what's the word now? Produce the end products. I don't know. That's the word. Yeah. They're the ones who go to the factory. In some cases, they now carry everything on ships and then take it to Birmingham, take it to the UK and things like that. So produce buyers really will go to the farm. So you go from farm to farm. So you want to buy, let's say, cocoa. So you can go to this farm, you buy what they have. You go to the other farm, you buy what they have. So you shall travel, be buying from different places. You now get everything and sell it, to those big firms, and then you make profit. So that's basically what it was. And about the transportation business, they are still like that. Those people, if you give them your car, it is well. Tig break over any fault loan, the engine man, fault lola. Go buy the motor to oríṣiríṣi ẹ̀dá lọ́lọ́run dá sílẹ̀ ayé. Àwọn ọlọ́kọ̀, they are special breed. Ẹni tó bá wà mí tó bá ń wọkọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n bínú òtọ́rọ̀ ọmọ ìyá àsọkúsọ ni. Why do I always speak Yoruba like this when I'm here? We have to do research into that. Mumbo. Like I don't just speak the Yoruba general one, I'm speaking the Ibile. Let's go on. Many produce buyers, including myself, speculated heavily and in very high spirits in preparation for the 1937-38 season. The forecast for the season proved all wrong. There was a big slump, and I not only lost everything, but also became indebted to the firms from whom I bought produce. When I was getting married on 26 December 1937, I knew that I was on the brink of a business collapse, but I was still hoping, like many others, that what was already lost could be redeemed during the months of January and February. 1937, at this point, Papa was 26 years old. Got married in December, so that's 26 years and 9 months. This was not to be. Instead, I spent the next 5 years, 1938 to 1942, striving with might and main to pay to the firms the debts I owed. I bought produce when I could and also traded in merchandise on a cash and carry basis. The handicaps under which I had to labor, however, were many and tantalizing, as my credit with the firms had been impaired. Indeed, one of the firms to whom I owed a lesser sum of money complicated the situation for me by distraining and selling my house at Ikene, my personal property, and my trading equipment wherever it was. My house at Ikene, which was then uncompleted, was sold for £40 in 1940. I recovered it from the buyer for £47 10 pence 2 years later. Thank God. My Chevrolet saloon car, or like they say Chevrolet, saloon car was sold for £25 to a friend of the bailiff, who resold it for a big profit. When my personal effects were sold on 8 May 1939, I was personally present together with 3 friends of mine. The bailiff had left me with only 1 suit, and I needed a few more to make a presentable appearance in public. I also wanted to make sure that these personal effects were not sold at a giveaway price like my car. My 3 friends were to take part in the bids. They bought some wearing apparel with their own money, which I reimbursed to them after some time. Many people were obviously astounded to see me at the sales. Some friends and acquaintances who had bought a few things before, Some friends and acquaintances who had bought a few things before they were aware of my presence there surrendered them to me and assured me that in any case it was their intention to preserve what they had bought for me. Their behavior and the remarks they made in my hearing at the commencement of the sales did not bear out their protestation. I, however, accepted it and later reimbursed them for the articles they had surrendered to me. 2 business rivals who were well known to me and who I understood later had come to the sales with a view to buying some of my furniture disappeared very swiftly on hearing that I was in the crowd. The astonishment and mild sensation which my presence created among those who witnessed the sales was expressed by one of the Nigerian police constables present. He approached me where I was standing and asked, "Are you Mr. Awolowo?" "Yes," I answered. "And you can come here to witness these sales?" By the way, this is an, I can't believe I just forgot what I was about to say, auction, right? So they're selling his properties because he owed money. So the police constable approached him and said, "Are you Mr. Awolowo?" "Yes," I answered. "And you can come here to witness these sales?" he inquired, with undisguised amazement. "Yes, why not?" I rejoined. "Sir, you are a man." After making a momentary and an uneasy survey of me, as I stood there unperturbed, the policeman shook his head and walked away. In the midst of my business troubles, I felt pained and disappointed when some of my friends and business associates wrote to me demanding their capital contributions as well as profits and calling me names. 2 of them instructed 2 of the leading solicitors in the country, late Eric O. Moore, that's Derek Moore, Esquire, and the firm of Messrs. Alakija and Alakija to write to me to the same effect. One of the letters, dated 8 July 1940, emanating from Messrs. Alakija and Alakija, signed by the late Sir Adeyemo Alakija, contained the following passage. Quote, "From the facts in our possession, we cannot accept your repudiation that you are not liable, and we warn you that should you compel us to resort to legal proceedings, the result may be unpleasant to you." I'll take that again. "From the facts in our possession, we cannot accept your repudiation that you are not liable, and we warn you that should you compel us to resort to legal proceedings, the result may be unpleasant to you. I was not sure of my legal position. Up to the end of 1940, it was my determination that if I paid off all the debts owed to the firms and had enough money left, I would reimburse my fellow adventurers their full capital contributions. I felt keenly and profoundly the financial inconveniences which they were already experiencing. Certain passages from a letter which I addressed to them in 1939 are relevant. The utter failure of the Progressive Economic Corporation is a foregone reality. Believe it or not, my heart aches and bleeds when I think of the whole position of things. I think of the members severally, and I am so distressed at the resulting reflection. In every case, the contribution invested had been extracted from meager, hard-earned salaries which are so poor that a saving is only possible by subjecting oneself to extreme discipline of mind and body. The contribution was both a joyless and joyful task. Joyless because of the sufferings attendant upon it, joyful because of the happy thought that one was providing for a rainy day. Now the rainy day is come, and the supposed shelter on which so much labor has been expended is found to have been utterly blasted by an unforeseen economic gale. Now that is just one side of the somber picture. On the other side of the picture is myself, solitary and alone, struggling, uncheered and unappreciated, without the slightest gesture of sympathy from a great majority of the members, but with every venomous rebuke and nauseous imputation from some members. If you've ever been here, you know what it feels like. It's terrible to feel. I want to come up but it is well. There's another belief among almost all members which is bad, and which I must take this opportunity to explode once and for all. From their talks and letters to me, I find that they look upon me as their ungrateful and unwilling debtor, while they are the benevolent, all too patient creditors. This is grossly erroneous. I am no debtor to you, sir, and you are no creditor to me either. We are only mere members of a corporation of which I happen to be, fortunately or unfortunately, the accredited agent with full powers. The business of the corporation has failed through no avoidable act of mine. I approached a solicitor who got a guinea out of me in order to hear an outline of my story. When I had finished, he demanded 10 guineas to be paid down before he could study all the papers connected with the venture and give me a considered opinion. So it was as easy as that to make money in the legal profession. My ambition for the profession was all the more enkindled, but I must first of all get out of the financial woods in which I was. I couldn't afford to pay 10 guineas, so I decided to do some research myself. There were 30 of us in the venture, and I discovered for the first time that we constituted neither a partnership in law nor a company incorporated under the company ordinance. Though I was appointed as its accredited agent, the name of the venture was neither registered to all the members in 1941 inter alia as follows. As I have told you repeatedly, the business of the Progressive Economic Corporation of which you are a member had failed. Ever since its failure, I had done all in my power to bring the corporation to its feet again, but I was not successful. In the course of the operation of the business of the corporation, I have incurred a good deal of liabilities which amount in cash to hundreds of pounds. The firms with whom I did business on behalf of the corporation have refused to grant me any more credit until the previous liabilities are made good. The war has made them more adamant than ever in this respect. That's the Second World War. This being so, with credit facilities gone and with heavy liabilities to meet, all prospects of ever bringing the corporation back to its feet again are automatically gone. In the circumstances, therefore, I cannot continue to be the agent of a corporation which is practically non-existing, I think, and whose business there is no prospect of reviving. I am therefore hereby relinquishing the post of the agent of the Progressive Economic Corporation, to which I was appointed by you and other members, and hereby repudiate all responsibility for reimbursing you for your investment which has been lost as a result of the failure of the corporation. As a partner with me in business, I know it is your responsibility to share with me in proportion to your investment the liabilities incurred in the course of the business of the corporation. All the same, this is an important question which I do not want to decide alone until I receive expert advice on the matter. This will cost some money, and when I have the means of doing so, I shall accordingly write you again and furnish you with all the details of the liabilities indicating the share to be borne by each member. And in this respect, I may add that if any member feels that he is entitled to receive anything from me as agent of the Progressive Economic Corporation, there is nothing preventing him from seeking his remedy in law. But in such event, there shall be nothing to prevent me from claiming in return from him forthwith his share of the liabilities of the corporation, even before I have gone through the process mentioned above. After this, I was no longer bothered with insinuating or importunate letters from members or their solicitors, nor were the threats in the latter's previous letters put to the test. I'm sure we get the point. The point essentially is that he was the agent, he was the one selling, buying and selling and making the money. The rest were the investors, but they were in a, like, we'll call it like a cooperative, right? But when the business made money, everybody shared profits and everybody was happy. And when the business tanked, they asked him for capital, for their money back. And that's why I was saying that it was not a debtor to them. He didn't borrow money from them. He was their representative. And so, essentially, he did his own research and then wrote that letter. And after I wrote the letter, they stopped bothering him. An understanding of the situation on the part of the members seemed to have crystallized, and as time went on, my erstwhile friendship with the great majority of them, some 26 out of 30, reasserted itself with a much firmer tone. That friendship continues till today. I must admit that there was something in my character which made those who were not close to me doubt that I was genuinely in business trouble. In the midst of the fearful odds with which I was confronted, I remained calm and unperturbed. I even started to study afresh for the London matriculation examination. I took this step in order to shorten the period that would be required for passing all the examinations on which I had set my mind, if at a subsequent time I succeeded in raising money to study law. Apart from my studies, I also engaged in political, trade union, literary and social activities as I never did before. I was secretary of the Nigerian Youth Movement, Ibadan branch, executive member of the Yaba Club, Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Motor Transport Union and the Secretary of its Ibadan branch, Secretary of the Ibadan branch of the Nigerian Produce Traders Association, and Literary Secretary of the Wesley Guild. In Ibadan, I was the ace organizer of public lectures, debates, cinema shows, dances, and soirees, all of which were designed to raise money, chiefly for the Nigerian Youth Movement and sometimes for other organizations. Judging from my multifarious activities, it was impossible for anyone to imagine that I was in serious business and financial difficulties, and that I had only recently lost all that I had previously accumulated in the form of property and possessions under the bailiff's armor. Then one day in July 1959, 18 years after I had written the letter, extracts from which were quoted immediately above, I came across the papers and accounts connected with this venture. At the sight of them, I was seized with an overpowering power. I'll take it again. This is actually very touching. Then one day in 1959, 18 years after I had written the letter, extracts from which were quoted immediately above, I came across the papers and accounts connected with this venture. At the sight of them, I was seized with an overpowering urge to pay to each of the members, friends and non-friends alike, what he had contributed to the business. There was neither legal obligation nor moral compulsion upon me to do so, but I yielded to the impulse. Accordingly, I directed that money orders be sent to each with an accompanying complimentary slip in the following terms. With the compliments of Chief the Honorable Obafemi Awolowo, P.O. Box 136, Ibadan. When the Lord turned again the captivity of Zion, we were like them that dream. Psalm 126, verse 1. Wow. I mean, it's long. I'm just trying to take my time. I'll read it here from Misha Jukan. I'll go back just a bit. Then one day in July 1959, 18 years after I had written the letter, extracts from which were quoted immediately above, I came across the papers and accounts connected with this venture. At the sight of them, I was seized with an overpowering urge to pay to each of the members, friends and non-friends alike, what he had contributed to the business. There was neither legal obligation nor moral compulsion upon me to do so, but I yielded to the impulse. Accordingly, I directed that money orders be sent to each with an accompanying complimentary slip in the following terms. With the compliments of Chief, the Honorable Obafemi Awolowo, P.O. Box 136, Ibadan. When the Lord turned again the captivity of Zion, we were like them that dream. Psalm 126, verse 1. The following extracts from 5 of the letters written to me are indicative and representative of the reaction of the members of the defunct corporation to my gesture. As will be seen from the extracts from 2 of the 5 quoted letters, some members declined to accept payment, and I had to personally and through another friend persuade them to. Number 1. The corporation died a natural death due to no fault of your own. Whatever you may become today, through your own hard work, it is most unfair to ask you to bear all the loss of the corporation, especially when one considers all the sufferings you went through alone. I must say that your willingness to bear all the loss of the corporation alone is proof of your honesty. I'll take that again. I must say that your willingness to bear all the loss of the corporation alone is proof of your honesty of purpose and integrity. In conclusion, I am grateful for the money you sent to me, as I have forgotten everything about it. Number 2, so people wrote letters back. Number 2, I have to acknowledge receipt of the sum of £80 sent to me by you. Words fail me to express my profound gratitude. It is just surprising and stupendous. It portrays your godly mind, your clear conscience, and your honesty of purpose. Ah, what a devout, honest, religious, and godly man you prove to be. May the Lord help you, guide you, and guard your steps in life. Amen. Number 3, I received by registered post a letter addressed to me. On opening the envelope, all I found inside is a Nigerian money order gummed to another piece of paper. I was thrown into a big puzzle. Upon deep reflection, however, it occurred to me, and the suggestion was later confirmed from other directions, that it's an attempt to make a refund of what was my due in the Progressive Economic Corporation of 1936 to 1938. If this guess is correct, then it is noble, most gracious, and highly creditable, and that is the measure of my thanks to you. Number 4, your memorandum with a money order was received, and surely it was like a dream. I do not expect it, as I have forgotten all about it. When I discussed with my friend Mr. Dash that I wish to return it, he informed me that you will not take it back. I therefore sincerely thank you. Number 5, I am fully aware of the reasons for the failure of this venture, and I have never held the view that you were personally responsible for it. In the circumstance, therefore, I find it extremely difficult to justify my conscience for accepting this money, which I am convinced is from you personally as Chief Awolowo, and not from any source connected with the said venture. Normally, I would gladly accept any gift in cash or kind from any man in your exalted position. But as a matter of principle, I respectfully decline, and I return here with the sum of £22. Throughout the years of my business struggles, there was a motto which I was unfalteringly guided. I'll take that again. You know what? I need a very short break. Let me ease myself. I'll be back. Because Martin Stonewuju, just a moment. I'll be back in a bit. Please let's power tap on TikTok. Also like the live on YouTube. Thank you very much. And Facebook. I'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you for staying tuned. Thank you very much. And I think before we go on reading, we should also discuss some of the things we just read. I mean, especially looking at what happened with his business failure. And I think it's the experience of many people who have done businesses. I mean, if you have not failed, it's fine. I have. And there's nothing pretty about it. Nothing pretty about it, especially when money is involved. And you have to pay people back their money. But God is faithful. There's also the joy that comes when you are done paying people their money. Right. But it's good to know that the people you look up to also failed at some point in their lives and they bounce back. But I think this one is actually very touching. So I like what he did legally when he was able to take make it very clear that the liability should not be on him alone, since it wasn't a personal business, it was a joint venture. But I also like what he did when he eventually came into money by paying them back. And I also like what those people wrote in response to his gesture. So let's go on now. Throughout the years of my business struggles, there was a motto by which I was unfalteringly guided. I formulated it on my 30th birthday anniversary and recorded it in my private journal on March 7, 1939. It reads, "After rain comes sunshine. After darkness comes the glorious dawn. There is no sorrow without its alloy of joy. There is no joy without its admixture of sorrow. Behind the ugly, terrible mask of misfortune lies the beautiful, soothing countenance of prosperity. So tear the mask." I'll read it again. By the way, he wrote this in the midst of the crisis. So, after rain comes sunshine. After darkness comes the glorious dawn. There is no sorrow without its alloy of joy. There is no joy without its admixture of sorrow. Behind the ugly, terrible mask of misfortune lies the beautiful, soothing countenance of prosperity. So tear the mask. But I had to work patiently and dauntlessly for 8 good years before I was able to behold the beautiful, soothing countenance behind the mask. By the end of 1942, I was completely free from the shackles with which my business debt had enthralled and cramped me. Thus financially liberated, I resolved to make a last and powerful bid for the attainment of my ambition. I set a time limit for myself. If by the time I was 40 years old, I had not acquired the requisite funds to proceed to the United Kingdom to study law, I would settle permanently to a business career. That was my grand strategy. And the tactics I adopted was to launch a 5-year plan for myself, beginning with 6 March 1943, my 34th birthday. Only 2 persons knew of my plan, my wife and my great friend, Mr. Ernest Ekoli. Mr. Ekoli really knew of the plan when it had run for some 8 months. In a letter to him dated 21st November 1943, I told him that I had decided to hibernate, that is from politics, for the next 4 years, to carry out my private plan. In that time, I was going to make myself formidable intellectually, morally invulnerable, to make all the money that is possible for a man with my brains and brawn to make in Nigeria, and to acquire a profession. After getting this profession, I added, and as it turned out prophetically, I should like to make more money. That may take another 5 years. Then I shall start a new offensive. I accomplished my first year plan 1 year ahead of schedule, for I was called to the bar in November 1946. My next 5-year plan was fulfilled exactly within schedule in 1951. I launched a new offensive by the public inauguration of the Action Group. This man is something else. This man is something else. Please please, I hope you're not just listening to somebody reading to pass the time or while you're working. Please, whatever lessons you can pick from this man, please, please, please. Five-year plan. Once you go to university, latest by age 40. And man, you know what? Just for emphasis, I'd like to read that again. I hope that's not a problem. Please, I'd like to read that again, because I think somebody might need to hear it, in case you didn't hear it the first time. By the end of 1942, I was completely free from the shackles with which my business debts had enthralled and cramped me. Thus financially liberated, I resolved to make a last and powerful bid for the attainment of my ambition. I set a time limit for myself. If by the time I was 40 years old, I had not acquired the requisite funds to proceed to the United Kingdom to study law, I would settle permanently to a business career. That was my grand strategy. And the tactics I adopted was to launch a 5-year plan for myself, beginning with 6 March 1943. My 34th birthday. Only 2 persons knew of my plan, my wife and my great friend, Mr. Ernest Sikoli. Mr. Sikoli really knew of the plan when it had run for some 8 months. In a letter to him dated 21st November 1943, I told him that I had decided to hibernate, that is from politics, for the next 4 years, to carry out my private plan. In that time, I was going to make myself formidable intellectually, morally invulnerable, to make all the money that is possible for a man with my brains and brawn to make in Nigeria, and to acquire a profession. After getting this profession, I added, and as it turned out prophetically, I should like to make more money. That may take another 5 years. Then I shall start a new offensive. I accomplished my first 5-year plan 1 year ahead of schedule, for I was called to the bar in November 1946. My next 5-year plan was fulfilled exactly within schedule. In 1951, I launched a new offensive by the public inauguration of the Action Group. As I said before, I decided on my first 5-year plan on my 34th birthday anniversary. I calculated that it would cost me about £1,400 to study for 3 years in the United Kingdom. I had no doubt that if all went well, I could make this amount of money before the end of the first quinquennial period. That's the first 5 years. But it occurred to me that I might shorten the period of waiting by raising a loan. And so I wrote the letter reproduced below to a wealthy Nigerian. How many of you have heard of the letter that Papa wrote to Chief Adeola Odutola? How many people have heard about that letter? Let me just in the comment section. This will help me rest a bit. Let's have some interactions. How many of you have heard of the letter that Papa wrote to Chief Adeola Odutola, the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebu? I've told you before. Okay. Oh, that was a long time ago. Moba, you are from Igbaye. Thank you. You never heard to ask for a loan. I heard from Odutola's grandson. Okay. Well, so that was who he wrote the letter to. Just knowing. Yes. The funny thing about life is this. I'll go back to this book very soon. The funny thing about life is this. In 1951, during the electioneering period, the same Adeola Odutola won as an independent candidate in Ijebu Division, and then joined Action Group, the party that Awo founded. He didn't help Awo at the time, by the way, just to be clear. Spoiler alert, he didn't help Awo. Awo wrote this fantastic letter, but he didn't help Awo. But less than 10 years later, that man would be a member of Awo's party. Let's read the letter together. He regretted his failure to help. To be honest, person will go help you, no go stress you. But I like the turn of things, because it wasn't also like, oh, I can never work with you because you did not help me. You become this tree with branches and that can provide shade for others. I think that's the beauty of being blessed, to be honest. And at that point, it's not going to matter if certain people helped or not. Again, we're reading these things. Hopefully, we're all learning something that we can apply in our own lives. Prof, good evening. Thanks for everything. I am a Joe, and I've learned so much from you. Thank you, sir. By the way, N.S. Ekoli was an Ijo man as well, Papa, and he was very close to Papa. We're going to hear all about it when we get to NYM. All right, let's talk about the letter for a bit. The letter itself, I think it takes a lot of guts to even write this kind of letter to a person. But I've written something like that before to Sha. But I mean, it happens. You have to be bold. All right, let's get into it. Let's go back just a little bit. It says, as I said before, I decided on my first 5-year plan on my 34th birthday anniversary. I calculated that it would cost me for £1,400 to study for 3 years in the United Kingdom. Excuse me. I had no doubt that if all went well, I could make this amount of money before the end of the first quinquennial period. But it occurred to me that I might shorten the period of waiting by raising a loan. And so I wrote a letter reproduced below to a wealthy Nigerian who is even wealthier now than he was then. He and I are today good friends, but both of us have been discreet enough not to refer to the episode of this letter in any of our countless conversations and chats. He fights shy of it, I believe, and it is not my intention to embarrass him. I am reproducing this letter in full, first because it is to me of historic importance. Second, because it is a candid portrayal of certain aspects of my innate character. And third, because it contains information which has so far not been given, but which I believe would interest those who read. Are you ready? Doherty grandson did not loan him the money. He got the money by selling stuff. A contract came later. That's how he raised the money to travel. It wasn't from, unless of course Doherty added money because he got money from friends as well. But it was not like Doherty was the one who gave him the money that he now traveled with. He actually got a contract with the Nigerian army. But we'll get into all of those things. But he got, so the major money was from the contract, then he got money from friends as well. But let nobody lie to you that their father was the one who sponsored Papa, unless of course you're part of the helpers and sponsors, but not be like say he gave him the money. All right, so let's read the letter. Dear Mister, I didn't write it there. I'm telling you right now, the blank spaces to be filled with Adola Odutola. I think it will be an exceeding saving of time and more business-like if I avoid all sweet preliminaries and go straight into the object of this letter and say that I am writing to ask you to be good enough to lend me a sum of £1,400, free of interest for 12 years. It is a staggering figure. It is a staggering figure. More staggering indeed does it become when it is realized that I, who am asking for this loan, have nothing in all the world to give as a security for this money, excepting my good faith and my brains, which again are of value only so long as I continue to breathe the breath of life. Nevertheless, I here proceed to outline in brief why I want this big loan from you. And I hope you will be kind enough to sacrifice some time to go through what I have to say, even though in the end you might find yourself unable to do me this good favor. I'll take that again. And I hope you will be kind enough to sacrifice some time to go through what I have to say, even though in the end you might find yourself unable to do me this grand favor. One great ambition of mine since my boyhood days is to be a lawyer, a politician, and a journalist, rolled into one. I cherish politics and journalism as a career, and I desire advocacy as a means of livelihood. For you will agree with me that a politician or journalist who has no money with which to support himself and family comfortably is like a blade which has no razor. Now, at one time, I was on the verge of making enough money with which I could proceed to England in order to pursue the objects of my ambition. But I suffered a twist in my fortune and I crashed. Ever since, I have tried without success to recover lost grounds financially. But spiritually and intellectually, I have made appreciable advance in spite of towering difficulties, all of which have now been surmounted. As you are aware, I have just passed the intermediate Bachelor of Commerce examination. Next year, I am taking the final BCom examination and I hope to pass it. But passing the BCom degree is not my goal. I hate to be a government or mercantile employee. Otherwise, there are opportunities for me here and there. There are opportunities for me here and there to get a suitable and well-paid job under government or one of the mercantile houses. As you know, however, once I become an employee of government or of a mercantile establishment, that is the end to my career as a politician and journalist. I have therefore resolved that under no circumstances will I take up such employment. That is just by the way. I am now 34 years of age. After careful thought, I have come to the conclusion that if I could raise a loan free of interest sufficient to cover my expenses, I should go to England this year, and within 3 years, I should qualify as a barrister at law. And also, 34. That would be 1943. Right? Yes. Since I am now 34 years of age, after careful thought, I have come to the conclusion that if I could raise a loan free of interest sufficient to cover my expenses, I should go to England this year, and within 3 years, I should qualify as a barrister at law and also obtain with honors the LLB degree of London or LLR degree of London University in addition to the RCom degree. It should be LLB now. It can't be LLR. The Bible says in Psalms, I've been young, now I'm old, I've never seen the righteous forsaken or his children begging bread. Thank you, Kubo. Thank you. So he says, I should go to England this year, and within 3 years, I should qualify as a barrister at law and also obtain with honors the LLB degree of London University in addition to the BCom degree. The 2 additional degrees, apart from giving me good backing as a solicitor and advocate, will help me immensely as a politician and journalist. But where on earth could I get the money? Who in Nigeria today could give £1,400 free of interest to help his fellow men? J. Henry Doherty, Esquire, of illustrious memory, who did the like to many successful Nigerians, is no more. Is that the one that the man talked to you about, Concilium Proventus? At this time, the Doherty himself was even late. Okay. The person has Bayu Morad. So he says, J. Henry Doherty, Esquire, of illustrious memory, who did the like to many successful Nigerians, is no more. But after meticulous searching, sifting, and weighing, I hit upon you. I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind that out of the bounty with which Providence blesses your grit and effort as a businessman, you can well easily afford to advance such a sum of money. I have no doubt, too, that as a young and progressive man, you'll be quite happy to give me the money for the pursuit of the project for which I desire it. But then, could you take the risk? That is the question. As I have said before, I have no security whatsoever for this loan. Moreover, I want it free of interest, so that you stand to gain absolutely nothing in the whole transaction except the satisfaction that by helping me to achieve my ambition, you are indirectly or even directly helping Nigeria or even Africa. The risk becomes greater when it is borne in mind that I might die in the course of my studies or immediately after, so that since I have no security or surety, you stand the chance of losing not only the money but also the satisfaction which you may cherish that you are contributing to the uplift of Africa. It is indeed a great risk, the greatest any man ever embarks upon. But this is a big but. But if I live, as I have no doubt I will do, you will not only get your money back in full, but you will, to the end of your days, have cause to rejoice that you have done one of the most outstanding and most philanthropic acts any human ever does. Among other things, I shall make excellent use of the money while in England by breaking records in my examinations. On my return to Nigeria, I shall strive to be one of the foremost advocates, politicians, and writers in West Africa, And while I do all this, I shall make it a point not only to pay your money back in full, but also to repay your kindness and generosity towards me in every way I can. All the same, it is a big risk. So, sir, I'd like you to think seriously about it and see if you cannot take it in the interest of a young man who has brains, industry, and determination to back his ambition, but lacks the money. I know we have never been close friends, but I have a shrewd idea that you may take the risk and help me. On this assumption, therefore, I proceed to the last stage of this letter. I'll take that again. I know we have never been close friends, but I have a shrewd idea that you may take the risk and help me. On this assumption, therefore, I proceed to the next and last stage of this letter. I shall not require the whole £1,400 in a lump sum. To start with, you will help me to pay a sum of £208, 13.3 pence to the Inner Temple. I have already received an application form from this Inn of Court, and from the details forwarded, I gather that this sum of £208, 13.3 pence will cover all the cost of training as a barrister, examinations fees included. When I am ready to sail, you will advance me a sum of £100 to cover passage, provision for my family, and any other incidental expenses. Note, if I got torpedoed on the way, you will certainly lose this £100, but you will recover the £208, 13.3 pence. For the same time, you will remit to a London bank the sum of £491, 6.9 pence. It is out of this amount that I shall pay the university fees for LLB course and for special courses in political science and journalism when I land in England. That is to say, the initial advance will total £800. At the end of the first year, provided I make satisfactory progress in my studies, you will remit to the same bank a sum of £300. At the end of the second year, you will remit another £300 to the same bank. Out of this £300 per annum, I shall meet all the expenses of living, buy books, pay examination fees, get books for practice when I return, and pay my return passage. The money will remain your property in this London bank, but you will give instruction to the bank to honor all checks from me drawn on this account. There will be an agreement to be signed by me and yourself embodying these conditions. The same agreement will embody the manner of payment of this money by me on my return. On my return, I shall require 2 years within which to establish a solid practice and build a good reputation. After these 2 years, I should commence to pay at least £200 per annum, either in monthly, quarterly, or annual payments, so that in 7 years, after the first 2 years, I should pay back the whole sum of £1,400. That will be 9 years after my return from England, and that will be 12 years from the time you help me to pay the sum of £208, 13.3 pence. Supposing you help me pay this April or so this year, then I should be due to pay the whole of £1,400 by April 1955. Now, as you yourself will see, this is the farthest limit within which I can pay the money. It may be possible for me to pay the money within 3 or 5 years. I'll take that again. Now, as you yourself will see, this is the farthest limit within which I can pay the money. It may be possible for me to pay the money within 3 to 5 years of my return. As a matter of fact, the sooner I pay it off, the better. But it is much better to be on the safe side in a matter like this. It is no use making promises now, which will be difficult of fulfillment in future. On the contrary, it is better to mention a period of 12 years and pay within 6 or 8 years than to mention 5 years and fail to pay within 10 years. Personally, I prefer that I should fail to get the loan under these unattractive but sure conditions rather than succeed in getting it under attractive but precarious conditions. Now, this is all I have to say. You have my request before you and the reasons why I make the request. It is left to you to decide whether it is worth your while to take the risk of helping me in the manner outlined above or not. If you do me the great favor, not only myself and all that are mine, but also God and Africa will be grateful to you forever and ever. If you do not do me the favor, I shall have no cause whatsoever to grumble or to blame you, for the risk is great. Since this is a very selfish request, I enclose herewith a stamped address envelope for a reply to be sent to me under registered cover. With very kind regards, Yours sincerely, signed, Obafemi Awolowo. Wow. That's some serious stuff. Let's continue. When after about 6 weeks, I did not receive a reply, I followed the letter up in person. He went there. The result was negative. From that moment, I resolved to fight for the next 5 years, if need be, on a time we didn't fall short what was required for paying my enrollment fees to Inner Temple. I got another idea and strove hard for its realization. My efforts were soon rewarded. I was awarded the contract towards the end of 1940 to supply the army in Lagos, Ibadan, Abeokuta, and Kaduna with yams and yam flour. It was a profitable business. But when I watched that what I had made from this, together with what my close friends were in a position to lend me, was sufficient to sustain me in the next more. Let me just quickly explain what we're saying here. Let me first say something. If you try to get people to help you and they don't help you, don't worry about it. They're not supposed to feature in your story. There's a lesson I learned years ago, and I remember saying this to my cousin. It's a story from Genesis. Abraham had gone to war. He took his own men, raised in his own house. He had about 300 men raised in his own house. That was how rich Abraham was. He took 300 of them. Sometimes there were more than 300. He went to fight to rescue his nephew, Lot. And after he had done it, after he had rescued him, they took a lot of, spoils of war. And he went with other kings. And so one of those kings reached out to him and said, let's share this booty. And then he said that he had made up his mind not to even take a sandal from this stuff because it will not be said that you made Abraham rich. I think there are cases in life where some people will not be able to take glory for whatever God does in your life. By the way, that's why I was very quick to also counter when somebody said a Doherty sponsor Papa. Doherty was even dead at this time. But according to what Papa also wrote in this book, the said Doherty apparently helped a lot of people, but he did not. He was already dead by the time Papa was trying to travel in. And this letter was written in 1943. There are certain people that should not be part of your story. So if they say no, it's fine. I think one of the lessons that I think I'll probably want us to take away from this particular portion of the story is that every one of us, you must look at God as your source and people as the channels. God will help you. He will use men. If this one refuses to be used, he will find other means. The real problem is when sometimes in life we consider humans as our sources. Like when humans become the source, you are in trouble. Because if they change their mind, then you are done for. And as someone who has worked in the entertainment space and also business space and who has had to fund stuff, you understand that it can be difficult sometimes to raise funds and also to even get people to help you to achieve your dreams. But if it doesn't happen, it's just that they're along with Kokwe or no man alone. But anyone, Dangote lọ tí ò bá ní ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ kò ní ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ tí ò bá dé ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ náà kò túmọ̀ sí pé Ọlọ́run gbàgbé ẹ̀ ọ̀nà mi wà tọ́lọ́ máa lò. Mr. Bolton, thank you sir. Ọ̀nà mi wà tọ́lọ́ máa lò. Ọlọ́run wá lè pe èèyàn kan tó jẹ́ pé oh, Nero. For instance, what if I told you, I mean, I've read it, but think about it. What got Papa to travel to the UK was Elubo, an issue. You know, I've read this thing many times. If you look at my book, it's marked. Like, it's all marked. It makes you think. That letter, I know, I was thinking, so why did they have to write the letter? And I was like, you know, writing that letter actually says something about you as a person. You are exercising your ability to reason, and also your understanding of how life works at that particular point in time. And you're also telling yourself who you are as a person. So that letter may not have done what you expected it to do with the Ogbeni Oja, but has done something to you as a person. You are literally writing down who you are in that letter. And you're also reinforcing the idea that you're going to go along and fulfill that dream. And so even though the money did not come from the man you're expecting, it took Yam and Elubo to get it done. Which also, you know, we should also learn something. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes you get opportunities that you're not looking forward to, which is one of the reasons I hate it. And again, if you know me, I don't use that word, you know, frivolously. I don't like the word hate. But I hate it when people speak to you and all they're talking about is how negative everything is. Oh, Nigeria is bad. Oh, this is wrong. There's a passage in Jeremiah. It says that anyone who puts his trust in man will be like a dry cistern, not like a dry well. It says he will not see good when it comes. In other words, it's not that good is not coming. It's that the person is incapable of seeing good. There are people who spend their life on negativity. No matter the good that is coming their way, they will not see it. I'm saying that to say that whilst you're looking forward to a particular person, don't make anybody your source. It might just be Elubo, and that Elubo may not be the kind of thing you're planning for. You may even think you're big for it. After all, you have school, you have gone to school. But maybe Gary, whatever it is, whatever opportunities come your way, please take it, right? And please don't look down on anything and don't be negative. If it doesn't work in one way, oh my, shall not know me. So yeah, after all that letter, the Baba said no. Baba even went there to talk to him. He still said no. But guess what? Another opportunity came, and was able to get a contract to sell yam and yam flour to the army installations in Lagos, Ibadan, Abeokuta, and Kaduna. If you're on TikTok, please let's take this thing to 170k likes on TikTok. Thank you. Let's continue. We're going to finish with this chapter today, and then we'll continue with Nigeria Youth Movement chapter 10 tomorrow. Small. See how many chapters we have covered. Although we didn't read all those beginning, no, but also it's also worth your appetite. Again, you can get this book on Radio Me Books on Telegram, right? Awolowo, and it can be shipped to you anywhere. By the way, books have been shipped to people in Canada since we started talking about Radio Me Books. So please read these things. Also, get inspired and also share with your children or your younger ones. Let's start thinking in a direction of possibilities. Not the other possibility, or the real one. Please, what time do you start daily? 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. But this week, tomorrow will be the last day for the week because I have engagement for Thursday and Friday. But it's 1 p.m. And next week, I don't know if we're going to do. We'll see. Next week will be between 3 or 4 days. At least 3 days, at most 4 days from next week. Because there are other things. I need to get some time to write. I have some writing to do, and I don't have enough time. So we have to make time here and there. Yeah. So 1 p.m. tomorrow will be here. I'll go into the political aspect. Today, now just business, entrepreneurship, and how we got to the UK. So let's go on. Yeah, so he said after he had made enough money, he took the profit he had made, added it to loans from friends, instead of staying there to continue with the business. He said, I was awarded a contract towards the end of 1943 to supply the army units based in Lagos, Ibadan, Abeokuta, and Kaduna with yams and yam flour. It was a profitable business, but when I judged that what I had made from this source, together with what my close friends were in a position to lend me, was sufficient to sustain me in the United Kingdom for 2 years, as well as pay all the necessary fees for tuition and examinations, I withdrew from the contract. I was not going to take the risk of losing what I already had in the process of trying to make more. I at once took steps to obtain passport, exit permit, and passage for the United Kingdom. At that time, it would normally take a private student at least 6 months or even a year to get passport and all. In my case, it was not so, and in any event, I was not in the mood to wait for more than a month to get all the formalities through. On 8 August 1944, I went to Lagos primarily to pursue as vigorously as ever I could the steps for obtaining passport and so on, and secondarily to attend a meeting of the Trade Union Congress, of which I was an officer. The next day, after my arrival in Lagos, as a friend appraised me, there was a boat sailing on 14th August 1944, for which the passage was only £24. That was much cheaper than the £98 or so which I had estimated for this purpose. This was a great saving, and I made up my mind to travel by this boat instead of by another one, which was to sail some weeks later. I had only 4 days to make my final arrangements and to get through all the tedious formalities. I had just filled a form for an exit permit, but it was not the habit of the Nigerian Secretariat to move fast in such matters. Nonetheless, I went into action right away. Mr. Ernest Ikoli, that's in person. Mr. Ernest Ikoli, who was then a member of the Legislative Council, was a bosom friend of the late Mr. J.R.P. McEwen. The latter was the officer in charge of exit permits, and Mr. Ikoli got him to take action even on a sick bed. Mr. Ikoli also accompanied me to the Immigration and Elder Dempster's offices and exerted all his influence on my behalf. And it was a tremendous influence in those days to be a Legislative Council member. And in the case of Mr. Ikoli, to be a distinguished journalist as well. Within 3 hours, it was all over. I did not actually obtain my exit permit, which at the time had to be authorized by the Colonial Office, until I arrived in Liverpool. There it was handed to me on board ship before I disembarked. The great kindness which Mr. McEwen had done me consisted in his giving instructions to the officers concerned to let me leave Nigeria, whilst at the same time he saw to it that steps were taken to ensure that an exit permit to enable me to land in Britain was ready for me on arrival there. I had already taken the BCom London examination in June 1944. I was confident of success, and in fact, when the result was known in February 1945, I did pass with second-class honors, lower division. When I sailed for the United Kingdom on 14th August 1940, so the BCom was what he did through correspondence while he was in Nigeria, but the one he was going for in the UK was, law, to study law. When I sailed for the United Kingdom on 14th August 1944, though I had not then started the study of law, yet I was determined to do all the LLB and bar examinations before the end of 1946. I had to make sure that I did not run out of funds before finishing my finals. Now, about to go into something else. Please power tap. There is inactivity on TikTok. Please power tap on TikTok. Please power tap if you're on TikTok, like the live, share the live as well. Please do the same if you're on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch. Let's get more people on the live session. Thank you. So he says here that it was determined to do all the LLB and bar examinations before the end of 1946. I had to make sure that I did not run out of funds before finishing my finals. Thank you for the gift, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. And thanks everyone for the gifts. My wife, who was expecting a child, assured me that with a small capital in her hands, she would keep the home front contented. I'll take that again. My wife, who was expecting a child, assured me that with the small capital in her hands, she would keep the home front contented and happy by trading. By the way, Mama HID was a big trader at a place called Agbeni in Ibadan. She was very rich. And according to their daughter, Dr. Tokunbo Awolowo Dosumo, up until, was it late 60s or early 70s, she was actually richer than Papa. She had more money. Which is why I laugh when some people talk about having money and having issues in their marriages. I'm like, okay. If I have money, I don't need a man. Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that. But let's spend this time to just talk about Mama without talking about, when we're done, without talking about lessons that we can get from this. It is, I think, pertinent that I should at this juncture say a word or two about my wife and what she has meant to me. Throughout all the changing fortunes of my life, since I married her on 26 December 1937, my wife, Hannah Idowu Dideolu Awolowo ni Adelano, has been to me a jewel of inestimable value. If there's anything everybody knows about Papa and Mama HID, is that phrase, jewel of inestimable value. So that's where the phrase is from, actually, just in case you don't know. The first place you will find that phrase is in this book. So again, to honor Mama, I'm going to start again. Throughout all the changing fortunes of my life, since I married her on 26 September, oh shoot, what's in Remy? 15 minutes to 7. Okay, we must finish this chapter. Whatever, I'll finish it. All right, let me just take water. That means I need to stretch, but I can't do it now because we're on camera. I can't stretch, I can't ring. All right. My wife, who was expecting a child, assured me that with a small capital in her hands, she would keep the home front contented and happy by trading. It is, I think, pertinent that I should at this juncture say a word or two about my wife and what she has meant to me. Throughout all the changing fortunes of my life, since I married her on 26 December 1937, my wife, Hannah Idowu Dideolu Awolowo ni Adelano, has been to me a jewel of inestimable value. She is an ideal wife, and I am sure she too regards me as an ideal husband. The outpouring of her love and devotion to me and to our family is exceeding and beyond words. She is a resourceful businesswoman, and in this regard, she is a worthy upholder of the traditions of her mother, Madam Elizabeth Oyeshile, and grandmother, Chief Adebowale Oyegunle, both of whom are successful women traders. The grandmother, at the age of over 100, is still carrying on her business, though now on a token scale. She opens her shop regularly every day from dawn till dusk. My mother-in-law at 77 would wish to be as active as ever in business, but my wife and I have succeeded in persuading her to slow down considerably. With my wife on my side, it has been possible for us to weather all financial storms. Because of her charm, humility, generosity, and ever-ready sympathy and helpfulness for others in distress, she is beloved and respected by all our friends and acquaintances. She has courage of a rare kind. I have that too, but I am no match for her at all in her exercise of infinite patience and forbearance under all manner of circumstances. She absolves without a word of complaint all my occasional acts of irritability. By her unique virtues, she has been of immeasurable assistance to me in the duties attached to my career as a public man. She has taken more interviews and listened to far more representations from the members of the public than I have time or sometimes patience for. I do not hesitate to confess that I owe my success in life to 3 factors: the grace of God, a Spartan self-discipline, and a good wife. Our home is to all of us and our children, a true haven. Our home is to all of us and our children, a true haven, a place of happiness and of imperturbable seclusion from the buffetings of life. It is on record to my wife's credit that she never made a financial demand on me throughout my stay in the United Kingdom. Besides, she always sent me good news every week about herself and the children. But when I returned home, I learned that she had passed through many anxious times with 4 children, the oldest of whom was only 5 when I left home, and the youngest of whom arrived 4 months after my departure. It is a matter for joy and profound gratitude to Almighty God that our mutual love and devotion has been richly blessed. We have 5 children, 2 boys and 3 girls. Olusegun's son, 21, this was in 1960, now a law student at Cambridge University. Omotola, daughter, 19, now studying at Alexandra College, Dublin, with a view to entering a medical school. Oluwole, son, 17, now a student at Leighton Park School, Reading. Number 4, Ayodele, daughter, 15, and number 5, Tokumbo, who is the surviving child now. She's the only surviving child. Tokumbo, daughter, both of whom are now students at St. Anne's School, Ibadan. By a special dispensation, I was allowed to enroll for the intermediate. Let me pause before we go on to the name of the school. Quick stuff. Number 1, I hear things and I think it's better to use the opportunity to address it. People say things like, and I saw some videos a couple of days ago, oh, as a woman, when I'm working, I make my own money and stuff. I think some girls, not ladies, because they think like children, some girls think that the idea of making money just started in 2025. And so they call it that they are independent and liberated. And then you talk about, the one I heard that actually made me just feel funny, was when he says, if you're a traditional man, you should do what traditional men do. I'm a traditional woman. When people talk like that, they think they're making a point, but for the most part, they're very ignorant. The concept of traditional woman that people talk about now is not Yoruba. It's American. In Yoruba culture, both the traditional woman and the traditional man work. We do not have the concept of full-time housewife in Yoruba culture. Our fathers and mothers have always, I'm not saying the last century or 2 centuries or 3 centuries or a millennia, they have always worked. And I'm not just saying this. I can tell you books to read to find it. You'll find it in the New History, Yoruba, the New History by Akinwumi Ogunderan. You'll find it in the History of Yoruba People by Sivibanji Akintoye. Read those 2 books first. All around you, you see examples. For instance, Madam Eforoye Tinubu, she was very wealthy. She was a trader. But guess what? She was a businesswoman trader. She was in international trade. But her own mother was a trader and her grandmother was a trader. And she's not an exception. That's the rule. Our women worked. Olokun, who is the patron goddess of bead makers in ancient Ife, she was a businesswoman and she lived in the 11th century AD. That's about 1,000 years ago. Our women always worked. The idea that, I'm a woman, I'm making money, I'm not traditional, you don't understand. In our own culture, this is why I say we should be very careful of the things that we're importing without understanding. In our own culture, traditional wife does not mean a stay-at-home mother. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's not a definition of traditional wife. Back in the day, we have our mothers and our fathers traveling out of the country to trade. I'm talking 9th century, 10th century AD. Oh, yes, Evan yes, but I'm even trying to go back. Evan was so rich, she had over 2,000 slaves. And don't feel anything about the slaves at the time was like having machines for work, because you were in the farm, you had no tractors, you had slaves. That was just what happened at the time. It was a measure of wealth. Farms everywhere. She was a woman. We had Jalaja Akbars. My own grandmother was a trader as well. The idea that women are now beginning to work, we are now having, that's not Yoruba. Yoruba is you worked. We had Jalaja Akbars that would travel, women and men, of course, who would travel from Yoruba land to as far as Mali. Trading. Last year, 1,000 years ago. Our women always made money. See, the least you would find is maybe they go to the farm with their husbands and they will get vegetables and sell in the market. Or they are weaving hair or plaiting hair at home. If you see a Yoruba woman in traditional society who is at home, maybe she's sick or she just had a baby. Or she's tired from work. Or she's resting. Not that she doesn't do anything, she's a traditional housewife. That's not what traditional woman means to us in Yoruba land. And traditional man does not mean go and work and bring all the money, I'll just take care of the house. That's not how it works in Yoruba land. In our own culture, the husband can build houses. Even me, my father has houses, my mother also built. Like, it's not like you have to do this thing where the man is just, and then the woman is just sitting at, and there's nothing wrong. If the person sits at home to take care of the children, there's nothing wrong with it, but in Yoruba culture, it's foreign. And let me say something on this thing. People talk about that I'm making my own money. You're not the first. With all due respect, whatever you are making right now is a blessing to you. But this thing of the husband money is my money, our money is my money, the landship my money, those things are just childish. That's the funny thing. You don't see these people building empires or building businesses or even building anything of worth. Just everybody just depending on salaries for a very long time. Men and women alike. Generally speaking, I don't even know how people do it, Sha. I don't know how people do it because I see a lot of things on social media. I just wonder like how people do it. I don't know. But I know how I do it. I know how we do ours at home. But I think it's something that we should be very careful of just taking things from abroad. Okay, and saying things like I'm helping the man. Like, yeah, it's your home. It's literally your home. It's not the man's home. It's the head of the house, but it's your home. You are building it. The things my mother did when I was in school, the things my wife did and still does sometimes. The children will not know, but you will know eventually. But there's a way, Sha. I think for a man, you should be like Papa. For a woman, you should be like Mama. You should be able to be that person that your husband can count on. All right? And it's quite interesting. The person will be in the UK for years and the wife will not ask for kobo. But you see, that will not happen. Some men will say, oh, I wish that was my wife. But also remember that the woman herself is a businesswoman. So also there's something else I wanted to say. So someone talked about money and everything, and a guy was talking about if a woman has more money. I think some men also are not real men. There's this thing where people talk sometimes like, are you a boy? If your woman makes a lot of money, how does that affect you? People, unless you have self-esteem issues, where the woman is, and I said it, for up until late 60s, early 70s, than Papa. HID had more money. She had a big business. She was the sole distributor for NBC, Nigerian Bottling Corporation. That's the makers of Coca-Cola. She had this big space. She had this great influence in Agbeni, in Ibadan. If your wife is making more money, why should you be threatened by that? As long as you know that you of course, you know who you are marrying. You're not marrying people that will be shouting, I have more money. I'm talking about somebody who is actually, is supposed to help your family. Now, it's your family now. It's family income. So I also don't get it when men say things that make they sound like they are threatened by the success of their wives. If your wife is successful, you are successful, right? If your wife is doing well, you are doing well. And in the case of this man, that dream of going to school, imagine having 3 children, your wife is pregnant with the 4th one, and you're able to share toward just summer to raise money and travel. By the time you go back, the woman already had, there were 4 kids. She had to take care of all of them. She didn't have to collect any money from abroad because she could take care of them, and she had something she was doing. I think I should end by saying this. I think what is new to some people is the fact that they are. Let me tell you something. What is new in Yoruba culture? When I say new, even new in Ghana, what's in law, what's 200 years law. What is new to us is the idea of being salaried. Like the woman having to collect salary on a monthly basis. That's what is new. And when I say new, I'm talking about 100 years new. It's not the concept of making money. So our mothers have always been business women. Last, they will sell vegetables or they will plait hair. But they have always been busy. They always made money. And they were not just, again, when I use the word just, I'm not trying to trivialize what it takes to raise kids, but they will raise kids and still do business. That's how they roll, and that's how they still roll. My mother was a teacher. I don't know about your family, but I know generally if you're a Yoruba person, this will not be strange to you. But I just think it's important to say, especially for younger people who read all these American things and start telling you traditional man, traditional woman. And I'm wondering, traditional according to who? You're using American standard to judge your life, and America doesn't even have what you possess. Your own women could speak up when kings were talking. When did Europeans start having women, when they get the suffrage, the ability to vote for women? Meanwhile, your own women were deposing kings in Egba land. And your own women were in the palaces of kings, in the cabinets. You couldn't have cabinets without women. Even the Ogboni, you couldn't have Ogboni without women. There's a Yabiye, the Ogboni. But some of these cultures that are shouting, that are trying to copy, the women dare not say a word. Till today, there's no female president of America. Yoruba land, we've had female kings. Even Oni, we've had a female Oni, at least one. Her name is Luwo Bagida. We've had a female Alaafin. Her name is Orong Potoniyu. But somehow I think we cut ourselves to some very small sizes in order to fit into the American or European ideal. Meanwhile, it's actually less in terms of evolution, because they raise children that turn out right, and then they say this business. Of course, there are some things going for them because there's a big family. But in this woman's case, she's not 10th century, she's 1960s. Mama was still alive in this century. She passed on a few years ago. But I'm just saying all of that to say that these are practical lessons that we can get from these things, so that we don't get carried away by all this. By the way, I don't like that phrase, traditional man, traditional woman, because every time they say it, they're referring to America, and the person does not know the road to the airport. So let's understand our culture. And if you're a woman, that you're making money is not new. Okay? Everybody does it. Like, it's a normal thing in our culture. If you're a man and your woman is successful, you should be proud. You shouldn't be threatened. You shouldn't be saying, oh, she has more money, and so what? You should be happy. Especially if she's a good woman and you're not lazy yourself. So you're bringing what you can bring, and you are striving, and she's bringing what she can bring, and she's a family-oriented person. She's taking care of the family with that money that she's making. And then, of course, God will bless you too. Then you make a lot of money. All right, moving on. I was allowed to enroll for the intermediate and final LLB at the same time, since there will be no sufficient time for me to enroll for the latter after passing the former. I had only 9 months to work for the LLB finals. I merely had a pass, contrary to my expectation, but I made up for this deficiency by passing the bar finals with second-class honors and by beating fellow Nigerians like Chief H.O. Davis, remember that name, QC, and Dr. T.O. Elias. Sorry, Chief H.O. Davis QC and Dr. T.O. Elias. Mr. Justice G.B.A. Coker, also in the second class, was the only Nigerian who came before me in order of merit. I began the study of law on 1st October 1944 and sat for my bar finals as from 3rd October 1946. In the 2 years, I worked much harder than I ever did before. In addition to working for the 2 examinations already mentioned, I wrote several articles for the Daily Service, that's the paper back in Nigeria, and West Africa, and some for the West African Review. For a while, I did a fortnightly bulletin of interest to African students for the British Council. I also wrote A Path to Nigerian Freedom, a book published by Faber and Faber and exceedingly favorably received by both the press and the public. By the way, again, if you can, get that book, Path to Nigerian Freedom. If you don't know how to get it, please check Redomi Books on Telegram. This will help you understand his own philosophy and also help you build on it. The things I say, to be honest, I get it from different books, but when it comes to Nigerian politics, it's primarily from Awo. And Path to Nigerian Freedom is his very first book, published in 1947. Whenever I look back on the years 1944, 45 to 1946, I can never help feeling that they were my most productive years from the point of view of sheer exertions and output, matched only by my 8 years of office as the leader of government business and premier in the government of the Western region of Nigeria. When I was called to the bar on 18 November 1946 as a member of the Honorable Society of the Inner Temple, I felt triumphant. At long last, the golden objective for which I had labored without ceasing and with unflagging perseverance for upwards of 12 years had been achieved. It was a goal scored by me in a grand style, but after a protracted epic play against the resistant and disconcerting forces of fate. At the bar, I had a lucrative practice. My average annual net income for the period of 1947 to 1951, both years inclusive, was £4,300. This was a person making £15, £25 per month. In my 5 years of legal practice, it was my good fortune to be numbered among the leading advocates in Nigeria. I handled with honor to my name and praise for my professional accomplishment a good number of complicated and, in a local sense, celebrated cases. My clients trusted me absolutely, and I gave them the best possible services for their fees. I worked very hard, and among other things, I developed a special technique in cross-examination. Sir James Pike Knott, a brilliant and quick-witted administrative officer in Oyo Province, Western Nigeria, and later Lieutenant Governor of the Eastern region of Nigeria, once paid me the tribute of describing me as a terrible cross-examiner. I kept him in the box under cross-examination for 2 days. In the famous case of Memudu Lagunju versus Olubadan Council and another. He was a very acute witness with a special skill for verbal fencing, and his evidence was of paramount importance to my case. I won the case in the Supreme Court, but finally lost it in the Privy Council. That's in England, in the UK. No costs were awarded against my clients by their lordships. It was a great pleasure and a matter of satisfaction for me to cross swords at the bar from time to time with undoubted legal luminaries like Chief the Honorable F.R.A. Williams, QC, Mr. Justice J.I.C. Taylor, and Chief H.O. Davis, QC, and others. It was also my unbounded pleasure to have Chief the Honorable F.R.A. Williams in my cabinet from October 1st, 1954 until December 12, 1959. I'll take that again. It was also my unbounded pleasure to have Chief the Honorable F.R.A. Williams in my cabinet from 1st October 1954 until 12 December 1959. When the revised Macpherson Constitution was to be introduced in October 1954, I decided to strengthen my cabinet. I accordingly invited Chief Williams to accept the portfolios of Justice and Local Government, which offices he occupied with great distinction and to my unalloyed satisfaction. Chief Williams is a man of physically giant stature, who is worth much more than his weight in gold. He has wit and a sense of humor, which is so expansive that it leaves no room in him at all for bad temper. He has a massive capacity for hard work, and his intellectual magnitude makes him a star both at the bar and in government. To tell the truth, until some 4 years ago, I used to have a nostalgic longing for the bar. To engage without bitterness or animosity in the fiercest contention, to cultivate the habit of always examining both sides of a problem, and to present the side you espouse with forensic forcefulness and assuredness, to identify yourself with your client, and to enter into his feelings as if you were the plaintiff or defendant or the prisoner at the bar, to propound and urge points of law, which are sometimes difficult, sometimes not all too tenable, or sometimes so fine and abstruse that it is not at all easy to distinguish one point from another, to be utterly fearless and unsparing in combat, to acquire an independence of outlook in all things, and to enjoy immunity in all you say and do at the bar, so long as it is legitimate and within the bounds of professional etiquette, to take part in fostering the cause of justice and equity in their total impartiality before the very bulwark of the citizen's liberty and individual freedom. All this and more are the inherent and distinctive attributes of a noble profession which I very much love and will forever cherish. That goes to our learned colleagues in the room. And that's the end of chapter 9. We're going to continue with chapter 10 tomorrow, where we'll get into the political stuff with the Nigerian youth movement. I hope the chapters we cover today have been inspiring to you as they have to me. And I hope the lessons that we picked from these things will stay with us and that will work we use those lessons in our own lives as well. So the 28th, good to see you, my brother. Welcome, sir. All right, so that's that for today. Whew. I'm glad we covered those chapters. I really wanted to, and I'm glad we did it. So what you see in all this, the difficulties, the challenges, for a man who failed in business to the point where his properties were auctioned and people had to buy things, and sometimes you had to buy from the people who bought it. You know, for a person who went through all of those things, who didn't go to school early, who couldn't finish school early enough and had to go through all that trouble, it's important to see the journey and to say never give up. And I also like the fact that he had this 5-year plan and he worked towards it. And I'm praying that, every one of us, whatever your dreams are, whatever your ambitions are, might I say, whatever our dreams are, whatever our ambitions are, whatever it is that we're longing for, whatever you desire, whatever it is, regardless of your station in life, maybe you want something more. I pray that God will make it happen, that you'll experience growth and increase and progress. And regardless of the obstacle in your path right now, that you get exactly where you're going, and that God will lead you, will hold you by hand, and you'll go through divinely illuminated path. You'll not walk in the dark. You'll make it to the end. Your journey will inspire others. And that, just like we're talking about Awolowo today, generations unborn and the ones coming after us, the ones that are here right now and the ones after them, will speak glowingly of our contribution to society and will also get inspired by our own stories. That's my prayer for every one of us. And Kolom Mwaliashe. Ami. Money IQ, Bro Sweet, please put up your account number. Thank you. I'll do so. All right, so if you would like to be part of the conversation, please send your requests. Let me type the account number now. If people come up, then I'll put it up so that it does not cover my face. You know the way this YouTube works. So it's GT 0161854103. That's it on YouTube. I'm going to type. Sorry, that's it on TikTok. I'll type it on Telegram as well. Thank you very much, Money IQ. Maybe that's why your name is Money IQ. Thank you for reminding me about money. All right. You also see the intentionality when he said he wanted to study law. He wanted to become a politician, a journalist, and a lawyer. And he planned to make money through law. Thank you, Money IQ. Thank you so much. He planned to make money through law, but he wanted to be able to, be a journalist and all of that. It makes a lot of sense, right? That's so this kind of person is not going to come and start looking for, bribes and stuff and be corrupt. That's not what he would do, because he already was very intentional about his source of income. So that's that about Papa. Don't worry, when we get to the politics, I know when we start discussing NYM, people want to come up to discuss. People want to come up because there's some bad boosts in that one. But sometimes you take a break and we just learn about our hero. And regardless of what you hear, people, let me tell you one of the goals that I have, apart from, of course, I have my own personal goals. I have goals in different areas of my life. But one of my goals for Yoruba people is to recapture who Awo is. They make you even ashamed by the time they tell you, oh, he said this, he said that, he said this, he said salvation, he said everything he said. As far as all those people, everything they are talking about, he was right. So it's important to reclaim that name. You reclaim the name, you own it, and then you learn from him, and then you can build on the things that he has done. Because if a person wants to destroy you as a people, the first thing is this: they destroy your heroes. Without heroes, you have nothing to build on. Which means you're going to have to reinvent the wheel, which means you're going to waste a lot of time, which means whatever advancement your heroes have made, you're going to jettison all of those things and start afresh, which means you'll be behind the people who are actually going after your heroes. That's the plan. So you make sure that you acknowledge the great things they did. You learn from their mistakes, you acknowledge what they did, then you see what they've done, and then you build on it, and you make it better in your own generation, and then on and on like that. That's how we grow a nation. All right. Thank you very much for listening. Now, I think somebody wants to come up, so I'm going to bring that person up. We'll have a short conversation, then we'll call it a day. All right. So we have Eleni coming up. Sorry, I sent, Eleni, you sent a request, right? Mambo. Okay, let's put it on my face. Now I have to stand like this. It should not be my face. I already brought you up, but I didn't see you. By the way, everybody who has given gifts, I noticed some gifts on TikTok. Thank you very much for your generosity. And those in the comment section as well, thank you for liking and tapping and sharing. Thank you so much. I'll say thank you again anyway. Elenio, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. So, Prof, I want to thank you again for the great job you are doing. In short, it's been reading Papa's book, like you usually call him, has been mind-blowing and transformative, because I was able to get the book on Friday, and I've been reading, and I was like, the confidence he had and the belief he had in himself. Like, when I was reading through the letter, I was like, what audacity. Like, it was too sure that I would make something out of my life, and for me it's really a wake-up call, and you are doing a great job. But Prof, please, I think you should pay more attention to our history and do less of these our brothers. I think they distract you too much.
They don't. They're not distracting me. That's why I spend the first. I talk about them when I'm discussing the news. There are two sections. There are two different sections in every.
At times you'll be like, okay, by 4, let me just enter the story. Before you know, another funny person will just come into the section, and before you know, you drag it. You'll not be like, we are sick. This is already 6 p.m.
So another thing. So if you also notice, even when I'm responding to them, I also use that as an opportunity to teach history. Yes. So there's something I've noticed, right? While I want to take the topic of today, which is important, but also discover that the history is repetition. Sorry, the news is repetition of history, and what certain people did in the past, their children are doing to us today. So I'm also using that. Let me explain something. Although I'm responding to people, to be honest, I'm not really talking to them primarily.
Okay.
I'm talking to us. I'm just using them as no, we just keyboard. Can you come material? Can you come material? To my fin call your con. Can you come my fin call your con? Be illustration.
Okay.
So illustration, but the point is that please mute.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
All right, well, baby. Yes, as reference, but the stuff is not to them; it's to Yoruba people. And if you don't teach history like that, it will just be abstract. God bless you. That's what I'm looking for, Olufumi, instructional material. If you don't teach history like that, it will just be in the abstract, Kenny. And also, I'm trying to make sure that we're not just staying in books and everything's abstract. You can see, don't worry, when you get to NYM, sincerely, everything I'm doing, you get it. What I'm doing is not really about them, it's for us. But because they are the ones, don't for when we get to NYM, you see, in NYM, when they started Egba Modudua, you will be the one asking me that, is this the topic or am I doing Basbos? It's a repeat. Maybe because I've read the book a number of times, so I know that. But in NYM, you will soon discover something, that there's some pages, some chapters we're going to get in this book, and you'll be like, Prof, that had mentioned it before. And the time I mentioned it was when I was addressing those people. What I'm doing is that, Sherry, I know how mind works. I like to teach. You have to repeat things over and over again, but you have to repeat it in different ways. So I'll say some things. More reason. One day we'll not have a class. I'll now go deep into it. You'll not be like, oh, he said it that time. Oh, that's what I'm doing. It's intentional. But I get it. I'm going to spend more time on us. But if it's on Mondays, we'll spend more time on the news because we have all the weekend to cover. But I'll try and make sure that we finish, maybe around 4 that we can get.
Noted, sir. Because I'm always eager to learn from the page. In short, any topic. The last time we were teaching about the Oduduwa, the Yoruba race, it was so any topic. The way you break it down, I even told my daddy about it. He listened, but most time he doesn't know how to operate his phone. If I'm not with him. So it was like he loved the way your delivery style, as in the way you settle down and you break everything, connecting the dots. It's really mind-blowing. So I just want to... Then again, if you watch most of the other platforms, they just go there, they are making noise, arguing, but no reference or no verifiable source to back up their claims. Most times they just go out cursing. So the difference is clear. And so kudos to you and more blessings, sir. Thank you so much for the great work.
Thank you, sir. 1 second.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, Lord, all right, thank you very much for that stuff. But I'll also make sure, if it's even getting better, there is time I'll just focus on them. I'll even leave the topic. Because, and now I see them, let me also tell you something. Once I see people saying things like, once I hear people saying things like, leave us alone, I know that those people, you don't leave them. They are trying to change the topic and then, so don't talk about us. But to be honest, it's not really about them, to be honest. It's really about awakening. For instance, let me give an example. A few days ago, in the news we're discussing something that a Cameroonian said. And then I used the opportunity to go into what happened with the Bakweri Native Authority in Cameroon in 1948. I wasn't trying to take a dig at Igbo people. I was trying to teach Yoruba people what other people did when this became an issue to them. I'm now saying to Yoruba people, while you don't have to do what these people did, understand that what is happening to you in 2025 happened to some people in 1948, and this is what they did. Now, with that information, what are you going to do? That information was not for Igbos. I wasn't telling Igbos, you are bad people, see what they did to you. That's not my point. My point is, you guys, Yoruba, you don't go by the shederi, buy no shetakwe, kill a koninu koton shefan when. That's why I try to make sure that even when it's about argument and everything, I'm always trying to read. The reason is because I'm also trying to prove that this. I'm trying to remind us that we're not here to do gasbos. This is an opportunity to learn. The Bakweri video now, there are 3 parts on YouTube. People are watching it and insulting me. People are watching me and thanking me. So Yoruba people are learning. So that it's not cool. You know, sometimes, let me also say this. You know, sometimes as a person, you just sit down like, like this person did not, it's not like they did anything to me. It's not like they are bad people like that. Like maybe I'm the one making things up. Until you discover that there's a pattern to it, and then you're like, okay, you know what? If this had happened here, but I'm me that I'm the new neighbor, I'm not the problem. People like saying that the person where they travel everywhere, I ain't be the problem. So to be honest, the conversation is more for us than for them. But of course, in the process, I'll come and take back, which is supposed to be that. So we have your back greetings and then we'll close the live for today. Thank you everybody for being here. We're almost done. Your back greatness, your time starts now.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not able to open that recording, I'm afraid, for some reason. But do you mind? Because I don't want to be going off the topic. Well, I am going off the topic all the time.
You are?
Yeah. No, leave it. Don't worry, because I don't want to spoil things. So I'll call you separately later on today, and then I'll see if I can play it.
Okay, I think that would even work better. That would be a lot better. So we can talk about it. Yes. But then of course tomorrow we're going to start some news. So tomorrow we'll be here at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We'll not be on Thursday and Friday because I have prior engagements. Next week, we'll have at least 3 sessions, at most 4. And that's how we'll be doing. But I'll let you know which days, but definitely we'll be here on Monday. And then we'll know whether we'll be here on Tuesday or not. But at least we'll be here on Monday. But we'll be here tomorrow, on Wednesday, 1 p.m. if it's time, West African time. Let me quickly thank everybody who has been here all the while. We had to close this to live session on TikTok because we had some issues, but some of you still came back. Thank you very much. Thanks to the moderators in the comment section. Thank you for, giving us, boosting our morale. So now we're power tapping, we're sharing, And for those of us who are power tapping and sharing and liking and typing and all those things, thank you very much for engaging the live session. Also on YouTube, a lot of people are typing and engaging. On Facebook as well. Thank you. These things help the live. All right. Thank you very much for being part of the sessions, of the session. Also, let me thank those who have given gifts. I noticed while I'm talking, many times when I'm reading, I see people giving gifts. I may not stop. I don't usually stop because I don't want to break my flow, but I appreciate you, and I really, really, really do. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you, Money IQ, for reminding me to put on my account details. And if you have put anything there, thank you. And if you haven't, please consider supporting what we're doing. There are other things we're looking at doing before the end of this year. We're trying to also expand this stuff, but first we have to expand it on social media. We have to push the content. It's not enough to produce. We also have to market. So please support us. It costs money to do all these things. Apart from the fact that, of course, we do this, daily, and it's an important thing. It's a way to also get information out. But please let me quickly say that please engage the videos on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, anywhere you like, Instagram, the videos everywhere, but especially YouTube, because now we can monetize the videos so people can also watch it and share with other people. So please consider, spending time and sharing stuff on YouTube. That's about it. Join the team. There's a Telegram group. The reason we're not putting what you find there for now is just resources, pages from some books here and there. You find in the Telegram channel. It's called Redomi Global. That's on Telegram, and then the book, there's a Telegram bookstore, Redomi Books, where you can get some of these books. But thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your generosity as well. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to go deeper in Papa's story, but of course we're going to cover the news and have some conversations and use it as an opportunity to go deep into some history. But please let me quickly say something, and I'll say it tomorrow as well. When we are having that news bit, it's also part of the session. It's not when we say today's topic is Kinikon. That's not when we are starting. From the beginning, Otibere. So even the news, sometimes I might segue into, particular topic within that news. So that's where we're all learning, and then that way we can, know more about Nigeria's history and Yoruba history, and all of that. So thank you very much for being here. For those on YouTube and Facebook, we're going to let you go now. I want to play the anthems. So every day we play the English anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem. Somebody says she's Baggy, where there is still the popular Awolowo corner. Who is Baggy? Who was Baggy? Oh, she was in Baggy. And Baggy Agbeni. There's Baggy. She's actually in Agbeni, but there's an old Baggy close to Agbeni. Then there's a new Baggy on Ife Road. So old Baggy Agbeni is one axis. It's the same axis in Ibadan. Thank you very much. All right. So folks on Facebook and YouTube, we're going to let you go, and Twitch as well. We're about to play the anthems, and I know we have all this copyright issues on some of those platforms. So we're going to let you go. See you tomorrow again at 1 p.m. So we're about to play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. For those of us on TikTok, it's time to sing our songs. So let me let our friends on